All right, everyone, if I could get your attention real quickly. All right. It is my pleasure to kick off this evening we'll gavel in once everyone's back in here and ready to start the meeting. But I just want to get things started by introducing. I'll do one introduction. Corey will do the rest. But for those of you that hopefully everybody knows, but if you don't know, our Director of Child Nutrition, Corey Alexander, he's going to talk a little bit about the food items that we have here for you and introduce the Child Nutrition team.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Welcome. I wanted to introduce our team. I think maybe most of you might know Teresa, but maybe not everybody knows Maddie. So Maddie has been with us for a couple of months. Maddie is our new child nutrition coordinator. She and Teresa have worked really hard tonight to prepare the food. So I'd like to welcome Maddie and introduce you to everybody. So this is everybody.
Truly.
And then this is Teresa. Teresa's our nutrition education coordinator and chef, and she is the mastermind behind all this good catering food. She's also in the classrooms teaching all the children about good nutrition and educating them and giving them samples. And so everybody loves to see Teresa come down the hallway. But I'm going to let Teresa talk about the menu and why she created it. So go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm very sure I'm nowhere near as tall as Corey. So last year, everybody was like, come on, you gotta go talk. And I had no idea. I couldn't remember what I cooked. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna say. So I brought my menu up today. So I know that what I'm gonna have. So if you guys have had me cook for you, if you have me in your classroom, you know that I am a sucker for a theme. So my theme this year was reflection. It is a reflection of everything that I've gotten to be a part of at Osborne this last year. Osborne has been an amazing part of my life since I started about 1.5 years ago. I interned here for a couple years, told Corey I would haunt him the rest of his life if he didn't hire me, and now I get to do really cool stuff here. So the first thing we have is a strawberry cucumber caprese skewer, and it has a basil vinaigrette, a balsamic glaze, and hot honey on it. We have a honey citrus roasted cauliflower pasta salad. I did some pepitas and tomatoes, some corn, fresh mozzarella, and a citrus vinaigrette. Pineapple candied jalapeno bruschetta with a creamy cilantro like cream cheese on it. The jalapeno on top has a little kick, but altogether it's really, really good. We have a grazing board with a few dips, have a elote hummus, smoky baba ganoush, and our house ranch. If you've had the ranch in the cafeteria, you know it's bomb, and I don't need to make that any better. We have for dessert salted chocolate chip cookies. I know we always do chocolate chip cookies, but I wanted to kind of elevate them a little bit, so I hope you like those. I knew Ms. Valles would be here, so I made prickly pear blue cornmeal cookies. She asked me to make them for her birthday, so, and I was like, yes, of course. And then lastly, this year, OMS, we had a couple awesome students from OMS join us for a Feeding the Future competition with Blue Watermelon Project, and we created a concha for breakfast. It was a concha shortcake. So I made a little dessert version for you today. So we have our Firehawk Sunrise Concha, based on their awesome recipe that we actually served at breakfast at all of our schools. And then our amazing Encanto manager made a cucumber lemon agua fresca and a pumpkin horchata for you guys. So I hope you all enjoy everything, and yeah, go eat. Thank you.
On ahead, fill up your plates, and come on back in for our celebrations. I know you're here for our amazing celebrations, and we will be celebrating. However,
Right.
our meeting tonight begins with a public hearing on our budget. So we have these public hearings sometimes at the beginning of board meetings, and normally there's nobody out there listening to it. So we're super excited to have like 100 people to talk to tonight. So please bear with us as we do our public hearing about our budget before we get on to our celebrations.
Great. Well, thank you. Good evening. This is our final budget revision for the 24-25 expenditure budget. This final revision allows us to adjust our budget capacity for current year student counts as well as align our district calculations to those of ADE. I didn't attach the worksheet, so it's a presentation item up here. So if we wanted to kind of take a look, so you have a sense, this is looking at the M&O budget and what changes and how the final, this final year-end budget revision compares to prior year is being tracked in the right-hand column there. So you can see that compared to where we ended May a year ago, we're up just under 50 kids, and then that flows through into our weighted student count, where we're up almost 200 weighted students, as all of those additional weighted factors get applied. And then that flows all the way through in comparison to prior year, where our M&O budget final is coming in at $24.2 million, which is just over $1.1 million more than it was this time last May. Additionally, if you want to go to page 2 of that, Brendan, we wanted to just quickly touch on what we're projecting for carryover in our two main funds for next school year, in M&O as well as in our district additional assistance, which is our capital funds. This is in response to a question that we had come in, and it's a really great question, so thank you. We want to kind of just touch on, these are estimates at the moment. So until we finish our encumbrance period in August, we won't know until after we get through encumbrance and then adjusting journal entries as part of AFR prep what our final carryover amounts are. But right now we're projecting $2 million in carry forward in our maintenance and operations budget and $5 million in our district additional assistance. But that's broken out between our district additional assistance, or what we refer to as our capital override reserves, and then the reserves that we have in our capital funds from the state funded formula. And I wanted to just kind of quickly let Ms. Potter-Davis kind of go over the pieces in the capital override reserve, as those are part of what was voter authorized, and so we still track those as restricted for those voter authorized purposes.
So you can see we have a nice sum, and we're so grateful to our community who continues to approve our override and bond projects when we go out to them. And as we garnered quite a bit of ESSER funds, we did tuck some of those purchases when it comes to online curricular materials into our ESSER dollars. It just fit well given our distance learning needs, and so that helped with a little bit of the surplus. Also, when I started 6 years ago, we had a kind of a 6 to 7 year plan for our capital override dollars that included a projection for an ELA adoption to happen this year or next year. And given the current state that we're in, given the work that we're doing at our sites to really understand the depth and rigor of standards and how to leverage our current curricular materials, given the evolution of AI and really wanting to know where that's going to take curricular programs, we've kind of put a pause on pursuing an adoption immediately, hence the sufficiency of funds right there. So stay tuned as we kind of remap our adoption timeline, but that explains that big dollar amount right there.
So that kind of explains the curriculum adoption part of that. The second part of that you can see for Montecito School, additional classroom expansions. We've been expanding the Montessori program over at Montecito School. We started with 1 classroom. We currently have 6 classrooms, and next year we'll be up to 8 classrooms. And so we've been able to build out that expansion through the capital override. So with each classroom, there's the materials, the curriculum materials are purchased, and next year we'll be at classrooms numbers 7 and 8. But as I've explained to the board, with kind of our long-range plan for growth of that school, we've got huge bond projects coming up, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about that later on today. But as we're looking at the renovation of that building and the rooms that are going to be there. There will be, up to 18 classrooms there. So we have 10 more classrooms beyond the 2 that we're expanding to next year that we're going to be needing to purchase the curriculum materials for. So those will be coming from that capital override as well.
Yeah, and so looking at the state funding formula reserves, those are reserved for system failures. We also allocate school and department annual needs budgets from there as well. The current school and department annual needs budgets exceed what we are retaining right now in state funding formula for district additional assistance, and so we already use a portion of those reserves every year to fully fund those allocations out to schools and departments. Just wanted to point out that 1.7 million is a pretty low number when we think about system failures. If we didn't have bond funds right now, we would have been looking at that GMP for that Montecito Central plan of close to $1 million from these reserves of that 1.7. And so when we think about large facility or system failures, they get pretty pricey pretty quick, and so 1.7 doesn't go as far as it did even just 4 or 5 years ago with construction escalation costs. With that, that's kind of our presentation of the final expenditure budget revision of the year. This is the public hearing, so if there is not any public questions or comments, we will have this back up before the board where you'll have an opportunity to ask any additional questions you may have during action item.
So with that, given that we have such a big crowd here, if this is a public hearing on that budget, so if anyone from the public has any questions or anything to say, now is the time. You guys came here to celebrate, didn't you? Okay, so are you okay if we close the public hearing and you can bring us into our regular meeting?
Perfect. All right, buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. We're calling this meeting to order now. And so I'll hand you the mic for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure.
Please.
So those of you that aren't with us regularly, we start all of our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance and also a land acknowledgement. So if you're so inclined, please stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, perfect. And now moving on to our land acknowledgement. Arizona is home to 22 tribal nations. Osborne School District is situated on the homelands of the Acumel Oram and Pipash people. Osborne School District recognizes the original inhabitants of these lands and recognizes they still reside throughout the city of Phoenix. We recognize their wisdom, impact, and generosity towards us. Osborne School District is surrounded by the original Salt River canals that were constructed by the ancestral Sonoran Desert people, the Huhuga. These canals created a livelihood for the people and are still in use today. We acknowledge the modern indigenous people that inhabited this area, as well as their Sonoran Desert ancestors, the Huhuga. All right, and now we are moving to our celebrations, the reason why everyone's here.
All right. Well, welcome, everyone. I'm glad you're here to celebrate with us. This is our last board meeting of the year. We start in August by welcoming new staff. It is such a joyous way to begin the year. So much fun, that first meeting. And bringing us just as much joy is our final board meeting of the year, where we celebrate those with many years, 20, 25, 30 years of service here in the district. We recognize retirees, and we celebrate our You Make the Difference Award winners. A couple quick announcements before we start the celebrations. There are some upcoming events that I'd like to let you know about that are happening here either within Osborne School District or within our community. Right now, the Osborne School District Educational Foundation is having their monthly meeting, and at that meeting, they are determining who the Osborne Teachers of the Year for 2025 are. So just so you know, there will be an announcement made by the end of the week who our Teachers of the Year are. So look forward to hearing from them. This Thursday, we have two big events coming up. One is a district event and one is a city event. The city event this Thursday, the City of Phoenix is celebrating Bike to Work Day 2025. It's showcasing the 3rd Street protected bike lanes. If you want to participate, it begins at, we gather at 7 o'clock. Does it start at 7? Ed, this is
7
really
a.m.
important to you. So do you want to
This
kind of
is
say?
very, very important to me. Thank you very much. Yeah, 7 a.m. at Steele Indian School Park. We're going to start. If you register, you can register if you just Google Bike to Work Day 2025. Register, get entered into a raffle. Even if you don't register, show up, Steele Indian School Park, bring a bike, bring a scooter. We're scootering downtown from there, ending at the Arizona Center. Everybody gets a free T-shirt. So come on down at 7 a.m. on May 15th.
And
Steele
it's
Indian School
also,
Park.
you know, not just a city event, but this year's event is being sponsored by our city councilwoman, Laura Pastor. So hope to see you on Thursday for that event. Also Thursday night, I'm sure the event is sold out, but Teresa Matza told you about this fantastic menu for the evening. All year long, she has been doing a Blue Zones, Community Blue Zones series. This Thursday at 5:30 in the Garden Cafe will be the final presentation with a focus on Nicoya, Costa Rica. So if you're able to join us for that, we'd love to see you. This Friday, Sounds Academy is holding their 10th anniversary benefit concert. Sounds Academy is a local nonprofit. Their statement tells you that they transform lives, empowering youth through teaching music, character values with a commitment to reaching underserved communities. They've been at it for 10 years. This year, they're doing some music classes at Solano. They're housed. One of their homes is at Osborne Middle School. At the Orpheum Theater this Friday night at 6:30 is their 10-year benefit. It's already sold out. But if you have tickets, we'll see you there. They gave, we have over 200 community members from Osborne, students and their parents that got free tickets to go to this event. And thanks to Sam's department, any of those families that weren't able to get down there on their own, we're providing transportation for them. So we're really looking forward to that concert on Friday night. And then what are we all about here in Osborne? It's about student learning. And one of our biggest celebrations of student learning is that rite of passage of our 8th graders moving on to high school. So this coming Tuesday and Wednesday, our 8th grade promotion ceremonies. No, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday? Wednesday and Thursday. See, don't listen to me, listen to them. Wednesday and Thursday, 6 p.m. at Osborne Middle School. Please come and join us to celebrate 9, for some of them 10 years if they started here in preschool of learning in Osborne as they make that passage on to high school. With that, we're going to begin our celebrations for the evening. We have a few things to celebrate. We will start by celebrating individuals with 20 years of service. And so some of the individuals that start their day first here in the Osborne School District every single day are maintenance staff and child nutrition staff. They get here before anyone else, preparing the meals, getting those buses ready. So we have many members of our child nutrition staff and our maintenance and transportation staff that are being honored. Some of them aren't here because they have already been, they were here like 13 hours ago. And it's been a long day for them. I know that they're planning, Child Nutrition is doing a special ceremony for a lot of their folks, so really looking forward to honoring them. We're going to start school by recognizing those 20 years of service. So Ms. Fernandez, you can come up and start with Encanto School. And this is 20 years of service. No, we've got you facing that way because, yeah, you're good to be over here. We turned the podium around just so everyone can see you.
So I am so excited to present this 20 years of service award to 2 of our Encanto Roadrunners. Being this my first year, there's something really special about Encanto, about Osborne, and about the people who have been here a long time, they really just bring so much beauty to our schools, and it's so wonderful to see how much that they have given to our students. So I would like to recognize one of our second grade teachers, Juanita Stubbs. And I would also like to recognize one of our kinder instructional assistants, Monica Valencia. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Clarendon? Or
Next will be Colleen. Come on up.
Okay. I am so blessed to work with Jamal, as all of you are. So Jamal, if you could come up. Today we get to celebrate Jamal, who is our exceptional IT director. He has dedicated 20 years of service to our district with not only unmatched technical expertise, but also a deep and unwavering passion for education and student success. From fiber upgrades to internet safety, Jamal has been the guiding force behind our district's evolving technology. But what truly sets him apart is not just what he does, but how he does it. Jamal leads with his heart. Jamal approaches every challenge with care, integrity, and an unshakable belief in the power of education to transform lives. His work goes far beyond wires and screens. Every decision Jamal makes reflects his commitment to ensuring that our students and teachers have the tools they need to succeed. His attention to detail, his thoughtful leadership, and his quiet but powerful presence have made a lasting impact on every school, classroom, and learner in our district. On behalf of our entire community, we thank you, Jamal, for 2 decades of dedication, innovation, and heart. Congratulations on this incredible milestone. Jamal's legacy is woven into the success of every child who walks through our doors.
I'm the one who's blessed.
All right, I'd like to call up Mr. White from Longview School.
Oops. Okay, I am first going to celebrate the one and only Miss Rhody Veer. Thank you. Rhody has a title of foundational literacy coach, but that is just one of the many, many things that she does for our school. Most importantly, taking care of every child and every adult on our campus. If you need to know anything about any child, any family, and what is the best way to support them or serve them, go to Rhody. It took me a year to figure that out, but I figured it out. So Rhody, thank you so much for your service and your dedication to the district, to the school, and to the profession. Oh, and the most important. And then next up, I have Dorinda Montoya. Dorinda is technically our librarian. Come on. There we go. technically our librarian, but she's another one who, if I were to list the things that she did, I would probably miss something. She takes care of all of the technology for all of our students. She does the amazing Lancer of the Month every single month. She ensures that our families have computers at home. What else? I mean, so many things on top of making sure that our kiddos have a pure love and joy for reading and touching actual books. Dorinda, thank you so much for everything you do for our community. Thank you for teaching me so many things.
Thank you.
And this is for you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to recognize members of the maintenance department, Mr. Garcia.
Binda, please, Binda. It is my pleasure to recognize Ms. Binda for 20 years of service. Thank you for the service to the community and to the school. Team members shared that they look forward to working with you every day and you are deeply valued. So thank you very much. Thank you. Martha. Martha. Miss Martha. Martha. Miss Martha. Thank you. Again, it is my pleasure to recognize your 20 years of service with at the Solano School and within the school district. I appreciate all the work you do, and the team members shared that Martha does her best to make sure the needs of students and staff at Solano School are being met. Thank you on a daily basis.
All right, and next up, oh, it's me. Hold on. All right, it is my pleasure to call up Jill Singh. Where are you, Jill?
I feel like a new teacher still.
And I was just telling Jill before we started, like, I can't believe it's 20 years that Jill has been here. So Judy Gottschalk stole her from the state of Wisconsin to come here. And, you know, we have a saying here within the district. We say with love, when, you know, you guys know that saying, you know, when there's a will, there's a way. When there's a Jill, there's a way. And we know that that is very true. In my years as principal at Encanto, she literally did everything that I asked her to and took everything as a new challenge. For her, it started with making herself better, and then making a teammate better, and then making a grade level better. And then when she moved into a school-wide position, it was about making the school better. And then when she moved into being a preschool coordinator, it was about making the district better. So she has just expanded, and now has moved over to Montecito, where she went through Montessori training, planning on being a Montessori teacher at that growing program, but now is leading that effort as a teacher on assignment there. But she not only leads that, she's still teaching kids every single day, doing writing with those youngest students. They're literally, whenever I say, hey, Jill, I want to talk to you, because she knows it's that I'm ready to ask her to do something new, because there's never been something that's been presented to her that she hasn't said, that's not possible. She's always found a way to make that happen. And so she's done it for 20 years, and hopefully we'll do it for 20 more. Congratulations,
Thank you
Jill.
much. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you.
20 is a big number, but let's go for 25, huh? Mr. Martin, come on up and help us celebrate 25 years of service.
Hello, everybody. I have the great honor of welcoming Miss Michelle Beltran up here. Please come on up. Miss Beltran here when I first got hired over at Clarendon, we sat down and had a conversation. I sat and talked with everyone, but one of the biggest things is when you think of Clarendon, you think of Miss Beltran. She's been there for so long as a 4th and 5th grade teacher. She took a little retirement hiatus, but then came back stronger than ever, missing the kids, and has stepped into just different roles and really pushed herself, whether it be working in one of our self-contained classrooms. This year, she was one of our wonderful resource teachers, but whatever her role, she always stands for children. She always is a strong voice for children and doing what's right for our kids and making sure that they have what they need for success. And so we are very, very thankful to have someone as wonderful and amazing as Michelle on our campus each and every day, making a difference.
Okay, Mr. White, you get to come back up. Oh, okay.
Okay, I once again have the honor of celebrating another one of our teachers at Longview. It is Rachel Gloria, and she is in our DD Pre-K, amazing instructional assistant who takes care of all of our students each and every day with such grace and love and respect, and just a overall extra special human being. I don't believe Rachel is here tonight, though. Rachel, am I missing? Nope. She is not here, so I'll accept this for her, and we'll make sure that we celebrate her at school tomorrow on the morning announcements and throughout the day. Thank you, everyone.
All right, Sam. Sam has 2 people, one from maintenance and one from transportation. Okay, well, you're still up.
Yeah. Manuela Michelle de Garcia. Again, it's my pleasure to recognize your 25 years of service, and I thank you for the job you've done for the district while I'm working with you. I appreciate coming to you and asking for, your opinion on things, and you let me know how things are, and you set me straight, so I really appreciate that. And a team member shared that your commitment and grace to the job has left a meaningful impact, so thank you. Thank you.
And our last one for 25 years, Ms. Nikolic, come on up.
So it's my honor to congratulate Miss Juana for her 25 years of service. I've been fortunate to work with her for the last 2 years. Prior, she was special education EA before she transitioned to kindergarten. I can honestly say everybody is always searching out Juana when we have children that are struggling with regulation or getting adjusted to kindergarten. Who does everybody want but Miss Juana? She thinks outside the box. She's a hands-on learner. She gets the kids engaged in learning. I don't know what it would be without you. She's a mama to us all, not just the 2 beauties back there, 3, so sorry. I'm talking about the other 2 of mine. But thank you for everything you do. We appreciate it. Oh, your plaque, I forgot you. There's your.
So 25 is amazing, and we're ready to go up to the next level. We're going to celebrate 30 years of service to Osborne. Sam, come on up.
Miss Tomasa Cruz. Thank you, Ms. Tomasa Cruz. Thank you, Ms. Tomasa Cruz, for all the work you've done in the district. I appreciate working with you and you just showing up to work every day and ready to do the job. A fellow team member shared that your contributions have been deeply valued. Your commitment has left a lasting impression, and I'm giving you the bell. Yes. Thank you.
So 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, that's a good run. But after that run, some people make the decision that it's time to retire. So we're going to take a moment now and celebrate some individuals that are retiring here from the district. And we're going to start, Ms. Fernandez, come on up.
All right. For our retiree, do we have Gloria Ornelas with us tonight? I don't think I saw her. Just a few quick words about Gloria. She spent a lot of time as an instructional assistant in our district, and she spent her last few years with our youngest Roadrunners, which were our preschoolers, just giving so much love and so much to them in our preschool classrooms, and so we're super excited for her and her retirement. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hayes.
I don't believe is here, but we are celebrating Gina Marshall tonight. She is our health tech. She takes such good care of both our students and staff, but in addition to that, she coached our girls softball team last year, and a lot of our girls did not have experience playing softball, and so she took them under her wing. She built their confidence, not only as individuals, but as a team, and they grew into a beautiful team throughout the course of the year. So I want to thank her for all the service she provided to us, but for building our kids up and building their confidence. So we'll celebrate her next week at our final staff meeting, but shout out to Gina.
And Ms. Nikolic is going to lead us with our final two retirements of the year.
So we'll start. Oxalia, come on up here. We'll start with you. Give Oxalia a round of applause. There's an apple, too. Oh, and in my phone is your whole speech that they wrote for you. But anyhow, I will fill in. So Oxalia you've been in preschool the whole time, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and she is amazing with our kiddos. Not to mention just working with the kids, but taking care of our entire campus. Like regularly, who's going to take care of our roses?
I will coming back.
Okay. So she takes care of everything on our campus. Like if there's something that needs to be done, Oxalia is there to do it. She's hands-on with the kiddos. She's always there giving her love and support. And the kids really just thrive with her. And so I can't thank you enough. It's been a pleasure. And I'm glad that you're coming back. So you've deserved it. Take some time for you and then get on back. And I'll share all the notes that they wrote for you tomorrow because I have them in the email. Oh, your apples. See, I just... Look, I'm trying to take off with all these things. I'm so sorry. And Ethel, step right up. Give her a round of applause. We're going to give you your apple first. So Ethel is right now an EA in our Strive program, but she has held a number of different positions in our special ed department. I knew her from back in the day when I was here. And Ethel just always carries herself with grace. She's always there with a warm smile to welcome kids. She's willing to do anything that needs to be done. We're going to miss your crafts, and she makes amazing individual gifts for us all from her flower pens. You can always look forward to a treat from Miss Ethel. So I thank you for all your years of service and everything that you've done, not just for our kids at Solano, but I know you've served the district as a whole. So thank you. And give her a round of applause and your flowers. Look at that, third time's a charm. She left with everything.
All right, the final thing that we're going to do tonight, well, not the final thing. Some of us are here for a long meeting after this is over. But the last thing you guys are going to do tonight is help us with recognizing our citizen and employee recognition program. It's called the You Make the Difference Award, and we have 6 individuals that are going to be recognized tonight with the You Make the Difference Award. The criteria for being recognized as a You Make the Difference Award winner is being a strong, positive supporter of the Osborne School District, demonstrating exemplary relationships with staff, students, or citizens, participating in activities or accomplishments that bring distinction to the district, demonstration of continuous personal or professional growth, or demonstration of excellence in your position. So we have 6 individuals, and these individuals they come from nominations. Anyone can nominate someone for the You Make the Difference Award. It can come from staff members, it can come from community members, it can come from anywhere. And so to do this, I like to use the words of the individual that made the nomination. So I'd like to call up our first You Make the Difference Award winner, and then I'll read. So Lauren Emerson from Emerson Fry Bread, please come forward. So here are the words that the nominee had to say. I would like to nominate Longview parent Lauren Emerson for the You Make the Difference Award. He has a story that needs to be told. This is a man who chose an important path and has completely turned his life around, starting a business that he shares with his family. Lauren, with his family, owns Emerson Fry Bread. You'll see the purple trucks driving around the city, parked at PIMC, Native Health, NABI, the Herd, with long lines of people. The purple trucks have a prickly pear on them to honor his clan, the Prickly Pear Clan. This business is a food truck business with the mission of honoring their ancestors and creating a better life for the next generation. They're recognized around the nation for their quality and service, but they don't do it for glory. They do it to create a better life for their families and to be a greater blessing to those who need one. Lauren, like the phoenix, rose from the ashes and has an amazing story of turning his life around. He's a strong supporter of education and teachers. Last year, during Teacher Appreciation Week, he catered for all the Longview staff. This year I met him, not me, the person that wrote this, says, this year I met him at the Hoop Dance Championships. I mentioned I had some of his relatives at Solano and got to know his children at Longview. He started to tell me his story, and why he values education and hard work. He shared that his children work in the business so they will know how to keep it going for future generations. Then, without hesitation, he offered to come back and cater our Native American parent meetings. He first came to our February meeting. He offered to come back and cater the next 2 meetings. Lauren likes to tell me that giving away free meals is why they work so hard. They work so they can serve at Teacher Appreciation Week, Native American parent meetings. He's all about developing relationships and living the interconnectedness of the medicine wheel. Lauren Emerson has a profound impact on the local, county, tribal, and state communities. He will give people a job and mentor them. He will also help businesses, such as the Shushtineh Native Store, with purchasing their building to open their store. If you would ever attend the Hoop Dance Championships, you would be amazed at what an Osborne family business does. The lines are wrapped around the sidewalks with people waiting for as much as 2 hours in line. It's the way they honor the land, the food, and the people that draws such a crowd. And I cannot think of a more deserving candidate for this award. Everything Lauren does is because he's grateful he gets to do it. He isn't just about fry bread. He's about teaching people to grow their own food. His next venture is to have a seed truck and teach people how to use hydroponics and other sources to grow traditional foods. Osborne School District is blessed to have this family in their schools and community. Emerson Fry Bread and Lauren Emerson truly make a difference. Congratulations. The second individual we'd like to recognize is Sean Montano Green. Again, a reading from the nominee. It's with great pride and deep appreciation that I recommend Sean Montano Green for the You Make a Difference Award. Sean is an exceptional parent volunteer at Clarendon Elementary whose leadership, dedication, and compassion have left an undeniable mark on our school and the entire Osborne School District. His unwavering commitment to our community, students, and mission make him a true difference maker in every sense of the word. Sean has been instrumental in revitalizing Clarendon's PTO, serving as its president and taking on the responsibility of managing its finances with integrity and care. Through his leadership, the PTO has become more active, organized, impactful, strengthening the bridge between families, staff, and the school. Sean is also a familiar, welcoming presence at all our school events, from trunk or treat to spring fling, always working behind the scenes and alongside volunteers to ensure their success. Whether setting up tables, running games, staying late to clean up, he's consistently one of the first to arrive and last to leave. Beyond his work at Clarendon, Sean is a tireless advocate for all children. He serves on multiple district-level committees and is an active member of the Osborne Educational Foundation, where he helps shape initiatives that support equitable access to quality education. He's a voice for children, always ensuring their needs are centered in every conversation and decision. His relationships with staff, students, and community members are built on mutual respect and a shared passion for making a positive impact. Sean Montano Green exemplifies excellence, advocacy, service, and he is truly deserving of the You Make a Difference Award. Thank you. Next up, we would like to honor Maria Pacheco. It's with great pleasure that I nominate Ms. Maria Pacheco for the You Make a Difference Award for 2024-2025. There is no Montecito without Ms. Maria. She is the shining star of our school and an above-average model of grace and citizenship to each Monarch student and adult who calls Montecito home. She's been a member of the Montecito community since 2021, when she first began working for our district in maintenance and custodial, supporting the campus during the days of the SOAR program. C's, Changemakers, iSchool, during COVID, finally leading up to the most recent, the building shift to Montessori. She's seen the building, its families, and community through many events these past 4 years, and we're all the better for it. She demonstrates pride and diligence in her work, and it shows on our campus. On a daily basis, she goes beyond the expectation of regular job tasks to ensure that our students are learning and thriving in a prepared, nurturing environment. This is obvious the minute you step on campus. Ms. Maria is selfless and giving, always offering her extra time to our program. When an extra set of hands is needed to ensure we're abiding by state licensing ratios, she's flexible to last-minute needs of our campus, finding ways to ensure visitors and community programs always feel welcome at our school. She believes in the growth of our program, and with that continues to work and collaborate alongside school staff to learn more about the principles and foundations of Montessori in order to contribute to its success. She takes it upon herself to impart knowledge and new information to students, especially when it comes to botany and plant care. She's often seen tending to the gardens with the students, demonstrating and learning with them how to care for and cultivate our vegetable and flower gardens to success. She's resourceful and knowledgeable in how to make our campus community a beautiful and thriving place for all involved. And for these reasons, she makes a difference in our district. Congratulations. You're welcome. Kathy Komselman's not here tonight, but I think you guys need to hear what was written about her because she is so important to our community. Again, written by the person. I always start off by saying it's my honor to nominate. I'm not the one that did it, I'm just reading it, but you need to hear this. It's my distinct honor to recognize Kathy Komselman for making a difference in the lives of all she touches. Since coming to Solano, Kathy's been a source of knowledge and support each day. She ensures that we keep our students and staff safe by adhering to all policies, but still thinks outside the box to meet the diverse needs of our students. The way she interacts with students and families is magical. She always comes from a place of strengths and builds to ensure we're building a solid foundation. As a high-needs campus, Kathy is all hands on deck. When we have students working on self-regulation, she's on it and in the classrooms to observe and set strategies for support. Kathy regularly checks in with students, staff, and families. She's a trusted member of our staff who's admired by all. You can regularly see people bring her a thank you treat or sharing kind words. The most recent are as follows. I would follow her anywhere. The ones who have the hardest times are the ones she holds closest to her heart. Equity is the name of her game. Aren't those great words from people on staff that recognize her? Behavior plans is a specialty, and it's been invaluable to our Dean of Students who works closely with Kathy in creating behavior plans that will lead to strong outcomes for students. The system she's established at Solano ensure we can collect the right data and make informed decisions. The hours and dedication she provides to supporting not just our students who receive special area services, but every child is rare today. Her only goal is to ensure every student has the opportunity to thrive in school and has been one of our greatest cheerleaders. She regularly reminds us of the great things that are happening across Solano. Now it's time to celebrate the greatness she's brought to Solano. She's not here, but let's clap in celebration of Kathy Komselman. Our next recipient is Luis Valencia. Every now and then, something special happens. You know, we get nominations from individuals, but an individual did not nominate Luis. An entire community nominated him because I received so many nominations for Luis that I'm only going to read to you from 3 of the people that wrote. And I'm not going to read everything because we'd be here for half an hour doing just Luis. But you're okay with that? You want to spend? Oh, okay. So we'll start with this one. I'm honored to nominate Mr. Valencia for the You Make the Difference Award 2025. Mr. Valencia's unwavering dedication and pioneering spirit has significantly impacted the Osborne School District for the past 28 years in ways that few individuals managed to accomplish. Mr. Valencia is a great teacher and mentor. Each day he demonstrates how he truly cares about each child and their needs at school. Part of that dedication stems from when he left teaching to join the military. By choosing to join the U.S. Army, he helped fight for our country and proved how he was a model for children. He helps them understand why it's important to learn to be a positive, dedicated, hardworking person. His unmatched ability to connect with students, parents, and fellow teachers has built a culture of trust, respect, and excellence throughout Osborne. Throughout his career, Mr. Valencia has not only taught academic subjects, but has also instilled important life values in his students. In particular, he teaches what it means to be responsible, respectful, and hardworking. His classroom is an extremely safe and productive environment where students feel supported and encouraged to do their best. Because of his influence, many students have grown into thoughtful, motivated, responsible citizens, ready to make a difference and spread positivity in the world. For all these reasons, Mr. Valencia is more than deserving of the 2025 You Make the Difference Award. He's a wonderful example of a truly dedicated educator that guides students to become excellent and positive future leaders of our world. And his legacy at Osborne is one of compassion, commitment, and deep belief in the potential of every child. He truly makes a difference every day. That's just one nomination, and there were like 9, 10 others. I'm just going to read to you single lines from a couple others. This is one teacher. Mr. Valencia right now works as the behavior intervention specialist. So he's providing support to students that are struggling and to teachers that support those students. And so this is from a young teacher that's learning how to be the type of teacher that he was alongside him. And she had to say, there have been many times where I've needed assistance in my classroom, and Mr. Valencia has come running to assist, and often. I find I leave with more wisdom than I could ever expect. I've learned more than I could ever have expected in terms of conscious discipline and the teachings that we follow from Mr. Valencia. Another longtime colleague of his, oh, this is a long one too. Let me just pick a few choice words to read from this. I mean, she goes on to talk about, like all his amazing work with establishing dual language. Like, we started our dual language program here in this district from his work. He was one of our first dual language teachers. And do you notice we've been talking so much and we haven't even talked about that, right? That's like 28 years ago. But the work that he's been doing right now is in that social emotional support for children. And she says Luis is not only a highly skilled educator, but an inspiring role model for his peers. He frequently leads professional development sessions focusing on social emotional learning, sharing effective strategies that have helped improve classroom environments and teacher practices. So for these and many other reasons, more than we have time for, Luis Valencia makes a difference. Our final You Make the Difference award is going to Melissa Robinson. Melissa, come on up. My son's former teacher. Melissa Robinson is an exceptional educator whose impact on the Osborne School District is profound and far-reaching. In her role as curriculum specialist for data and assessment, Melissa exemplifies every quality honored by the You Make the Difference Award. Melissa's deep content knowledge, particularly in English language arts, combined with her masterful instructional practice, makes her a trusted resource and role model for teachers and leaders alike. Her expertise is matched only by her ability to build strong, collaborative relationships with colleagues across the district. She's approachable, supportive, unwavering in her commitment to student success, earning the respect and admiration of everyone she works with. One of Melissa's most transformative contributions has been her leadership in data-informed instruction. She has redefined how our district uses data, not just to monitor progress, but to drive intentional, responsive actions at the student, classroom, school, program, and district levels. Her systems thinking, attention to equity, and relentless pursuit of excellence have made a measurable impact on teaching and learning across Osborne. For these reasons and many others, Melissa Robinson makes a difference here in Osborne. What an amazing set of You Make the Difference Award winners. Business owner, parents, classroom teachers, behavior intervention, psychologist, administrator. I mean, we covered the gamut here tonight and all the folks that we've been able to honor. It's a truly special night. It's one of my favorites. Thank you, all of you, so many of you, for coming out and celebrating all of these things with us. Before we take a break, I just want to say anyone that's been honored tonight, Mr. Stacy is going to be getting pictures. So We're going to be taking a short break, but Brendan, stand up. Wave for those people that don't know Mr. Stacy. Follow, look at him. You cannot leave without him getting your picture. You're going to follow his direction. So, Mr. Stacy, you want to come on up and direct us in this part of things? In a minute, let's give Brendan a chance to give some directions. live.
All right, thank you, everybody. We are going to be restarting our meeting now. So, our first item on the agenda here is the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Madam President, I'd like to pull an item off the consent agenda.
Of course, which item would that be?
Item 4M, approval of MOU with American Intercontinental University.
All right, can you motion to pull that item and then?
I will motion to remove item 4M from the consent agenda.
Do we-
Second.
All right, perfect. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, motion carries. So we'll remove it. Do you want further discussion on that? Okay,
Yeah, I'd like to have a conversation about this
Okay.
particular MOU.
perfect. So we'll go ahead and approve the rest of the consent agenda, and then we will start with that. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the item M?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item M.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. And so now we're at item 4M, so open for discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. With this particular MOU, I know that when I entered the teaching profession, it was I through TUSD there was a stipend where TUSD would pay for me to go back to school and to take classes, and I know that that money is fewer and fewer in between, and I know that this MOU serves to help our staff continue their professional education. However, this particular university, I want to just have a discussion about. I don't feel like this particular university nor its parent company have the same values that we have. So American Intercontinental University is a private school. It's a private university. They are formerly of the Career Education Corps, which settled almost $500 million in lawsuits back in 2019 over deceptive marketing, predatory recruitment, poor results for students. It seems like a university that doesn't really deliver on its promises. Nearly all of their revenue comes from U.S. taxpayers, but because they are a private organization, they have very little oversight. I would not feel good about entering into an MOU with this particular university because this would take public money and turn it into private money with very little oversight. And I would just really hate to see any of our staff enter into what so many students have done through this university, which is get into a whole lot of debt and not a whole lot of education to come with that. So, yep.
Thank you so much for catching that.
And if I could just point out, why this was brought forward, and we'll turn it over to you guys for further discussion and vote. So there are lots of avenues that we try and take for recruitment, retention of staff, thinking about future planning for teachers that may want to become administrators and are looking for opportunities to go back to school. And so this university offers a program. Their master's in ed leadership, it's about $20,000, which is pretty comparable to what other universities are for a master's degree. Part of this agreement that they have with multiple districts is that if the individual were just going to the university, they would be incurring either that $20,000 in cost for the degree or taking out loans. And as you've mentioned, there have been issues with lots of students being in significant debt to the university. So this program that they do in conjunction with school districts is where the district, if the district wanted to sponsor someone, the district's cost would be $5,000 towards that, and then that individual would have so many years of service that they would be giving to the district upon completion of their program. The other $15,000 is covered through their impact grant. So if we did engage in this, it would our staff would not be incurring any debt. However, you've listed some valid concerns that you have with the university. I look for any opportunity for staff to be able to look at ways that they can look for promotions within. At costs that, if it's not at a cost to them or as minimal of costs. So we've been able to enter into other agreements with universities. This was, this MOU is being brought with no one currently having an interest in joining the program. This would have been, if we were looking forward to perhaps sponsoring anyone. We don't have the funds to sponsor anyone for this right now anyway. But it would have set the MOU in place so that we could have possibly recommended a staff member for either continuing. They have bachelor's programs, so the idea of some of our classified staff working towards certification or graduate degree programs if anybody was looking for that. But not approving this doesn't impact anyone that's currently on staff with us right now. It was just an opportunity to bring another avenue potentially for staff members to have an option for career advancement without any cost to themselves. But with that, I was bringing this opportunity to the district as other districts have participated in working with them, but it is yours for discussion if you wanted to proceed.
Do we have more discussion? Board Member Hermes?
Yes, thank you. I feel similarly in that, reading through the agreement, they would get to use our wonderful logo and things like that to kind of advertise and researching the university just with the track record they've had of getting themselves into trouble with making representations and then being investigated because those representations, at least per the investigation, didn't turn out to be accurate or truthful in the past. Just don't feel comfortable with an agreement with this kind of organization, for-profit university with that kind of track record for something like this. If there's interest in it, probably maybe finding other partners that have not a checkered track record, perhaps, or something else would be more fitting, I think. So I'm also a no on this one.
And by no, that would come up if anyone bothered to make a motion. There would be a vote on that. So you can either, someone can make a motion to approve, and then you can have your nay votes, or this could just not reach a motion.
Any other discussion? All right, would somebody like to motion one way or another?
I don't know. I'd like to motion to approve because I think having a vote on it would just say a lot from our team. So I'd like to make a motion to approve, I guess.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Nay. Oh, sorry.
I'm like,
All right, opposed?
oh, nay.
All right, so the motion does not carry, and we will move on to the next item. So the next item is called to the public. So we do have one submission, and just want to, we've announced that the call to the public is 3 minutes long, what we are presenting to the public. And so we did have an online submission. And so Lisa will be reading that. All right.
So this was submitted by Kirsten Callison. Dear board members and Superintendent Robert, I wish I could present this to you in person tonight, but I am currently supporting Encanto's dual language showcase. Before I begin, I want to make clear that this letter is not a personal criticism of any individual in our Human Resources Department, as they are extremely hardworking and always respectful. Rather, it is a professional reflection on the urgent need for clarity and transparency in our internal staffing and transfer processes. As Brene Brown reminds us, clear as kind. I am offering this reflection to raise concerns about the current handling of internal transfers. At present, these decisions are made without a transparent process timeline, or clear prioritization framework. This has resulted in inconsistent outcomes, a lack of input from site leadership, and a disregard for staff experience and expertise. Key observations: there is no documented or consistently communicated process or prioritization structure for internal transfers. No centralized platform exists for staff to view or express interest in inter-campus transfers. Some transfer decisions are made without consultation with site administrators. Recent transfer approvals and denials appear inconsistent with lack clear policy-based rationale or communication. Scenarios to consider. Scenario 1. Staff member A requested a transfer and was informed there were no open position. Weeks later, this individual was transferred in what appeared to be a staff wrap with another school. The transition from initial denial to eventual interview and placement was not communicated, and the position was never publicly listed as open. This created the appearance of inconsistency and favoritism in the process. Scenario 2. Staff member B requested a mutual transfer with a colleague from another school. Both had administrative support and a sustained interest in switching campuses, citing a stronger fit for each. HR denied the request, again citing no open positions. This contradicted the outcome in Scenario 1, and no rationale was provided to explain the discrepancy. Scenario 3. Staff member C has taught for 3 consecutive years and will be a certified K-8 educator as of May 23rd. Under Statute 15-501.01C, this qualifies them for a standard teaching certificate. They've demonstrated instructional leadership in math, previously served as a model teacher, and authored district math pacing guides. This
Thank you so much, Lisa. That's the 3 minutes. Just for clarity, the whole board received this letter, and so we're going to move on to the next item here. And so the next item is the board presentation, meet and confer committees update.
Yes, and to board members, I want to apologize, and also to Storm. We had an opportunity to get together and think about, a formal presentation. I was unable to. I was kind of called into family business that I need to take care of, and we weren't able to meet. But just wanted to give you a quick update on some things that we've been working on in terms of the meet and confer process and the committees that have been done. So I'm going to offer a few words. Storm has a couple things that she wanted to update. So you can take your position up there, and I'll just offer a few words, and you can take over from me. But at the beginning of the year, board members asked for some discussion on the meet and confer process and looking at that policy. So a couple things that we were looking at doing this year was doing some committee work around both policies and budget as part of that process with our as part of the meet and confer process. And so early in the year, Storm and I got together and we kind of set some priority policies that we wanted to look at this year. In the meantime, the budget committee met this spring. A couple changes that happened in terms of procedures, and one of the big things we were looking at was we have certain certain wording in our policy, and making sure that we're following that policy. There were some things that are asked for that weren't being done in the way they should have been done in terms of like posting agendas and notices ahead of time. So all of our budget committee meetings had agendas posted, ahead of time, minutes. The process that we've done with budget committee is the same, but we had that open meeting law requirement of posting agendas ahead of time. We didn't get to the policy work until after the budget process happened. Part of that is some of the policies that we're looking at had budget implications, and so looking at making sure that we had the actual budget carry forward to be able to do some of that policy work. So we started convening this spring with about 10 policies listed, and we've met a couple times. One of those policies you're going to be seeing, hopefully in about half an hour or so, that you'll be able to move on. The committee met yesterday and looked through a couple more policies, and we're set in terms of timeline for making sure that the first policy committee meeting, according to what our meet and confer policy says, is happening before that. What's the date? Was there a date or like a third week of school or something like that?
Of September.
Okay. Yeah, so we already have the policies outlined that we want to start with for next school year. But hopefully there are a couple more policies we'll be bringing to you throughout the summer before we get started with the big task in the fall. Well, we can't call August fall, but whatever that is, at the beginning of the school year. But Storm, did you want to add some things to that?
Yeah, I just thank you, President Ramos, members of the board, Superintendent Robert. Sorry. I just kind of wanted to share a little bit from the union's perspective and the process that we've kind of taken behind the scenes, but also in collaboration with Dr. Robert. As Dr. Robert mentioned, we did meet earlier in the school year in the fall and kind of talked a little bit about both what OEA was hoping to accomplish in terms of changes and adjustment to meet and confer process and policy, and also started to look at some kind of long range planning in terms of allowing time for policies to be set, meetings to be set, people to be gathered to attend those meetings. And so one of the first things that we did look at was policy committee. The first policy committee was established last spring by Dr. Robert and was reconvened this year. Dr. Robert and I met and we both brought policies to the table. My policies came from our OEA Meet and Confer Committee. So that is our union committee that meets and has been meeting for about 18 months to go through and look at Meet and Confer, not only in terms of Osborne, but in other districts, and looking and seeing from our peers what models they have used, what things, resources they have, also in consultation with Arizona Education Association, and looking to kind of fill out and establish a robust meet and confer process. So one major change going forward into policy committee this year is how the actual makeup of the committee was created and looked at. So when Dr. Robert and I originally met, we came forward with the idea that district would, on Dr. Robert's behalf, would have 4 people sitting on policy committee representing the district. OEA would put forward 4 names serving as representatives for the union, and then there would be 4 at-large positions. Those positions were chosen by a Google form that was sent out to all staff to allow for any opportunity that folks wanted to take to participate. And then Dr. Robert and I looked at those names together and selected names based on not only years of service, but also job titles, sites, different varying factors to try and kind of looking at the people that we each had brought forward, trying to fill out some representation gaps as well, to try and have the most representative body possible. And so we have started engaging in those conversations over the last month or so, and are continuing to move forward with those conversations into the summer and into the fall. So that is kind of one piece that has really changed to allow for more staff input and staff voices to be brought to the table. We're still kind of, I think, originally I don't remember if it was August or September now, but originally when we came and did a presentation, we did share some goals that OEA has in terms of creating a robust meet and confer process. And so we're still working towards creating a formalized process. We've been working within Budget Committee and Policy Committee to see if we can create a process in collaboration with Dr. Robert. And so Policy Committee has allowed for many ways of access into that material. So our Meet and Confer Committee is open to any member, anyone, and that's our OEA committee, is open to any member to participate in and join us. And we go through the policies that are going to be discussed at Policy Committee, so that we can have as many voices present, even if they're not sitting in that room while the conversation is happening. And then, as Dr. Weber mentioned, that policy committee is open, subject to open meeting law, so anyone is able to attend, and those meetings are posted. A couple of the other goals that we were looking towards creating was a working agreement or professional agreement between OEA and the district. That is something that Dr. Robert and I have begun having conversations about so that we can have one set in place. We are going to be in our meet and confer committee kind of drafting out some next steps in terms of where can we start so that we can get into this routine process of meeting together and looking and revising and adding pieces as more staff members have given feedback or input, or as policy changes happen, you have the people go and do the policy, and so you have to kind of adjust based on practice. And so we're still working towards that group, that goal of having a working agreement and professional agreement that can be established.
Yeah, and one thing too with the makeup of the policy committee, as Storm mentioned, there's those 4 OEA representatives to the policy committee, the district's 4 representatives and 4 at-large. Those at-large are literally at-large. So some of those members that are the designated as at-large members of the policy committee are actually also OEA members. So it's not that the only things that are the only positions that are really limiting are the 4 OEA positions. Those have to be coming from OEA membership. But the at-large is anyone within the district. So that, those are some of the steps that we've been taking towards this year. And continued work, throughout the summer and on strengthening this process. And looking forward to getting an early start next year.
Yes.
Perfect.
Was there any questions?
For the professional agreement, when are you guys thinking, either on both sides, that would be presented to the board for a vote?
So it would, we would have to, it would have to be after all the work with the policy committee, both the budget committee and the policy committee is done. You guys are going to be taking action on some of the items from the budget committee and one policy from the policy committee today. There are more policies that'll be coming through the summer and looking to bring something to you at the, beginning of the school year.
So like the August board meeting?
That's our hope. Storm and I are still getting together over that one.
Yeah, and we're hoping to create that additional, that original draft as being something that we're able to kind of routinely, our goal is to have that come to the board every year.
Madam President, Storm, thank you so much for the update. And I know we talked quite a bit about meet and confer back in, I think it was August or September. I forget exactly, but just want to say thank you both to you, Storm, for leading from OEA side, and Dr. Robert. I was kind of concerned back in August when we talked about it that we weren't following our policy from the district level. It sounds like, I know I don't want to put words in your mouth, tell me if you agree with this. It sounds like we're doing a better job of complying with the policy, and now we're really getting some things in place and some traditions in place where we're really going to be doing meet and confer in a robust way going forward. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that, the way that policy is worded is mutually agreed upon by both parties. So I think that as we know that we're going into a process that hasn't been a part of Osborne practice in the last 10, I only go back 10 years, but, 15, 20 years, I think that getting back into our established norms in terms of supporting our employees through staff inclusion and decision making, we're really kind of taking these processes and creating something that can interact with a committee like budget committee, which does allow for so much transparency and staff inclusion, but also still allowing for OEA to be a part of setting agendas in terms of which policies are to be discussed and which specific working conditions pieces that come from the workers' side. And so I think we're taking steps forward to create a process that can be used consistently throughout years.
I would like to say, though, that the process that we've been using for the past, 20-some years, the idea of the posting of the agendas ahead of time, granted, and starting by that first week in September. We did our budget committee work, later in the spring. But the characterization of the, making sure that we're following policy, like in my previous 7 years and in my predecessors 13 or so years before that, the way the budget committee served as the meet and confer process, as was written in policy. I don't want to try and characterize that my predecessors weren't following policy in having it be the budget committee. It's just that we're bringing a different perspective and creating new ways of going about doing meet and confer. Meet and confer existed long before, and there was a marked decision to not follow that procedure and use the budget committee, and thus that was written into policy. New people, new leadership, new ways of doing things, and so we're working on developing that now. So I appreciate the question. I just want to make sure that I'm not giving this tacit acknowledgement like, yes, okay, we're going to follow policy now. What we were doing before was based on both OEA and the superintendent's agreements on what meet and confer was going to look like.
I think that brings a concern to me just with talking about how the policy committee is created. I appreciate that you guys are being collaborative, but in the case that Dr. Robert, you're not our superintendent and our next superintendent is like, yeah, I'm going to do it this way. I'm really concerned that it gives OEA a 33% not majority, 33% voice on that committee, and really the power is being given to the superintendent depending on who that is and whether or not they're willing to collaborate well for those at-large seats. So it still doesn't feel like, it's not a feel like, it isn't meet and confer still. I think it's a good step towards that. But I think there's still a lot of work to be done to truly say that we're following the policy.
So did you have anything you want to say? I'll follow up.
Yes, I do think that part of our goal setting in terms of where we see meet and confer going, we do see this as being transitional in terms of where we are right now is not our end goal for meet and confer. Our end goal is to formalize a process that would be in policy in detail, so that in the event, I say it all the time, when leaders change, that's when your policy is there to guide you. And so I think as we look at potentially moving forward into creating a process, we need to formalize it in writing. And so I think my hope is that would be done both through bringing a policy to the board as well as bringing a working agreement to the board.
Yeah, ditto. That's exactly what I was going to say. And that was also part of the agreement that we had through presenting to the governing board and our ask for being able to work through this in developing what the policy was going to be.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for that. I think that yes, leadership is going to change, whether it's superintendent, whether it's OEA leadership, whether it's us as board members, right? We're not going to be around here forever. And so I really do appreciate the work that is being done, because it takes a lot of time and research to figure it out. And I am looking forward to seeing more collaboration between all of us, and to ensuring that the voice of our union is stronger as well. I can confidently speak for everyone up here is that we all want to hear that voice and work with you all. So we're very excited for this. So thank you so much for that update. Thank you so much, Storm.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the administrative reports. Do we have any discussion, questions on those? All right, so then we will motion to approve those reports.
Actually, they're just reports,
Okay.
so we
Right.
can move on to action
All right,
items.
so we'll move on to do we have a bond update tonight? That's the next.
You're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
all right, so bond update.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank the president, members of the board. Thank you, Dr. Robert. It's an honor to be here. I've had the privilege of working with the district for over 30 years, and it's events like tonight that really inspire me. And
I feel
so
like we have to give you a milestone now award.
yeah, well, I wasn't hinting on that, but
You are, you make the difference award winner.
Yeah,
So.
thank you. I appreciate that. But it is inspiring, and it really inspires me to do the best job I can do for you, the district, and all the people. Oops, almost hit you there. And all the people that are here. Montecito was built in the late 1990s, and I was involved in that original project. Very small site. It had lots of limitations because of the small site, and that's why we went 2 stories. I'm part of that. But we also developed an interior courtyard that was surrounded by the building so that it would have a protective outdoor learning space. And but as you know, it was named Montecito Community School. It was a school for the community, specifically named that way. But because of enrollment and things that were going on over the years and so forth, it really lost, I think, its identity. There was always searching to what is Montecito's identity. And I watched that over the years as I was involved in all your bond programs. The last bond program, we really did nothing at that particular school because we weren't sure, the district was not sure on what we were actually going to use that facility for. Well, that patience has paid off. Montecito has now gained and has an identity. And that identity is the Montessori educational type philosophy. And it has something now that it can change. It can now turn into that. It has its identity. So there's things that not only that, but things that we did not do at that school in the last bond, as in upgrading lighting, as in upgrading mechanical equipment, addressing the number of things. Now is our opportunity to do that. And so we've been working on this for really the last couple of months, not only coming up with a design that we want to give you an update on where the design has evolved to, working with the community, working with the staff, but also we've taken the opportunity to literally comb through the entire school to make sure that we are spending the money correctly. Because there are some things that we do not need to replace, that we can actually reuse. But the only way to find out is we had to comb through and do those. And so we've been doing this process. It helps us as we are working with the contractor and pricing out the remodeling, if you will. We're still staying within the envelope of the building, but because of the way it was designed almost 30 years ago, that there are some needs for change, as in the way that students are brought to this campus, not by bus, but mainly by parents. Also looking at where the entrance to the school needs to be. The entrance that it is right now needs to be changed. And so there are some things that we looked internally to be able to develop this into really the school that it needs to be to support this new philosophy and give it its new identity. There are 2 people behind me that are just fantastic people that really help me get up each morning and want to come to work and to be able to develop this. And they've been just an outstanding team. Somebody asked me the other day, Don, when are you going to retire? I said, what does that mean to you? And they said, it means you get to do whatever you want to do. And I'm doing whatever I want to do. And it's because of people like this behind me. So this is Carolina, and this is Emma. And what we're going to do is just give you a brief overview of where we are design-wise. We're going to show you 2 site plans. Site plan of what it is right now and what it's going to turn out to be as we develop this design. We're also going to show you 2 floor plans. The floor plan as it is now and what the floor plan will look like with the remodeling. And then we actually developed a video that we can walk right through the school and start showing you the different finishes and what the inspirations were in developing this plan. So I'm going to turn it over to these wonderful people behind me, and then I'll come back and we'll finish up our update for you.
Thank you so much.
Brenda,
think, I don't think it's on yet.
It's from last month, Mr. Stacy.
There it is. All right, thank you. So like Dawn said, we're gonna show you guys side by sides of the existing site plan and then the new proposed one that we have. So on the left side is your existing site for the Montecito. You'll see, you know, let's see if I can use this pointer. Right, oh, it's not gonna work on the screen. So number one is that existing school entry access. It worked its purpose. It has the queuing for the whole school. They'll go up 7th Street, and then they have the existing parking lot towards the south, and then they have that kind of winding path that has the parent pickup and drop-off area. But we noticed that it can get kind of congested at times during pickup and drop-off because primaries are in the car seats and stuff like that, so it does take additional time. You guys have your existing playground towards the west side of the campus. So in our new proposed plan on the right, we do maintain our existing points of access, so 7th Street, and we created a roundabout that creates a new queuing rhythm for maintaining that southern portion of the existing parking lot, and then you could take the roundabout up north where we add additional parking, and we have a drop-off pickup lane just for primary, and then you can get off Montecito and get back on 7th Street. We also use your existing bus lane that will become the elementary pickup and drop-off. So we're really trying to eliminate congestion on 7th Street, so we'll have 2 different pickup and drop-off zones for your students. We've relocated the existing primary playground a little more towards the northwest area, and then we have renovated the existing courtyard to envision more of the Montessori learning aspects of it. And then we're going to switch it over to the interior side.
All right, so now we are looking at 2 floor plans. Depending on what side you're facing here to the board, that's the existing plan on your left and the new plan on the right. It's color-coded to highlight kind of these zones that we've established. So currently on the left in the existing plan, and there's an orange arrow at the top, these plans face north. North is towards the ceiling. You're going to hear us use north, east, west, southwest variations. So towards the northwest is where the current entry to the school is, where that orange arrow is and that light green. That's your administrative space. To the south is currently the primary wing. You can see that the corridor currently loops you through that primary area after you get outside of the admin space. And then to the right, then in the orange, is our 2-story classroom wing. And then to the north of that, in the dark blue, that is the cafeteria, kitchen, gym, stage, and classroom. The way that we've reoriented it and how it works for the site to create this new face to the school is to flip the admin and primary. So the admin entrance is now at the southwest area of the building. We have located now a primary in its own separated wing, so you no longer have to walk through it. It has its own secure area that all the primary kids can contain themselves in. And then we've operated now with that main corridor along the courtyard as well to help with wayfinding and views when you're walking through school to change that experience. Up near that media center that we've also pulled off of that wall, that courtyard wall, there is now an open flex space for gathering and opportunities for group learning that also opens up into the cafeteria. The cafeteria gym area has stayed relatively the same. You'll see in the video though, we've updated some finishes just to freshen it up. And then in the 2-story classroom wing to support the Montessori function, all the classrooms there for the elementary wing will stay there, but we have eliminated some walls to create some larger classrooms to support those functions. So before we get into the video to fly you through, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the inspiration was when you start to see the visuals, because we've been talking a lot about function, and now we're going to talk a little about feeling. And I wanted to give you a little bit of the inspiration for how we wanted this space to feel. So we've identified three goals in regard to feeling. Number 1 is warm and inviting. That inspiration was gathered through conversations with the team at Montecito, through the district, and especially the experiences we've had with the students. We want the environment to reflect the heart of the community. 2, we've identified as whimsical, because we want a place where the students and the community alike can occupy space that is imaginative and playful. And 3, grounded in nature, to support the functions of Montessori, as well as speak to the Montecito mascot, the monarch butterfly. So as we enter through the front doors of the lobby, when we get there, you'll see we've got plenty of wood tones. We've got blues like the sky, greens like the grass, and oranges like the wings of a monarch butterfly.
Can we play that video, please? So we're gonna show a video, basically a quick fly-through of the Montecito campus. All right, so we're going south on 7th Street, so we're creating a new entry to Montecito. So we're going through the roundabout. The left side is the new parking, and then this right side right here is the existing parking lot that we have. We're creating the new front door within the existing shell. So what used to be the primary classroom wing is now going to become the new front door to the school. It's a more centralized area that's going to be able to be a happy medium for both sides of those parking lots.
As we walk through the front doors into the lobby, we're greeted by the core values of Montecito and a secure reception desk face. On the other side of this door, we're going to be in the main corridor. We've created color pathways findings to guide users through the space to feel like they've got a place to go, and as well as views into the courtyard. Here's the primary corridor wing. We've brought that wayfinding in there, as well as accent colors into the nook to color code the classrooms a little bit. Then this is what a primary classroom new would look like, increased in size, restrooms and storage and sinks for them to access. Next, we're walking outside of our new media space, a book return on the corridor side. As we get in here, we've used an existing column and turned it into the trunk of our tree. Those are acoustical ceiling clouds to create the leaves. We've created moments for little nooks for students to read, marker boards for group collaboration, areas for research, as well as a circulation desk that can be used by the students as they operate their own library. So book return on that side for them. As we look out the window, we're going to look into this flex space that I identified earlier. It connects the media center and the cafeteria. Right now it shows some flexible seating. Otherwise, what you're seeing is paint and acoustical ceilings to add a bit of fun. Next, we're going to go into the cafeteria, and again, these finishes is just fresh paint, polishing the concrete, and then updating the serving line a little bit to give it a little bit of something. This new soffit brings wood tones into the cafeteria, some accent lighting, awning over the serving face. And then as we turn around, we'll see we've updated our mascot, as well as created this new opening that gives the cafeteria visuals outside, even all the way out to the courtyard. Now we're in the 2-story elementary wing. That orange pathway guides you there. We've expanded the corridors a bit, added again some accent to color code the classrooms, and this is what a new double classroom would look like. That's existing millwork that we're using. We're just updating the solid surface countertops. And the other addition would be LVT flooring to support that Montessori function. It looks like a wood look. And then these doors that take the classrooms out into the updated courtyard space.
So we renovated the existing courtyard. We maintain the existing pathways that are already in there, and basically just make this more into a collaborative, exploratory space where, you know, students can go out here for outdoor classroom activities or maintain that garden beds that we have. We've also created outdoor classroom spaces and some shading elements so that this courtyard can be used year-round.
In the video line, just as a zoom out, so you can see the full thing.
So just a quick update on schedule. We continually give the contractor updated drawings and packages so we can continue to fine-tune not only what we're doing from a design, but also gives the ability as we meet with our engineers and with their trade partners, with the contractor, to be able to fine tune the cost, as I mentioned, with the different equipment and so forth, that's still very usable. We've even fired up the entire kitchen and turned on the walk-ins and so forth to make sure that they're functioning properly. And we should know that in the next couple of days. Right now, it's looking very good, and so that obviously affects our cost. Do we have to replace some things, or can we be able to use those? It's almost like having an automobile that you bought 30 years ago and you've only driven it a couple of miles and you parked it in the garage. Well, now we want to fire it up and see what needs to be taken care of. You can't just go in there and put the key in and start it. You need to properly set it up and commission it, and to be able to start things up properly, so we don't ruin something, but we can tell if we're in good shape or if we're not. So what we're doing right now for the summer is that we need to move students out of the primary area over into the two-story. One thing that you have going for you is that because you're not a full campus right now, that we have the ability to move students around inside the building, and to be able to remodel an area, then move them back, and then remodel another area, and kind of shuffle them around. The city will not allow us to permit the entire building as on one permit, because if you do that, then you need to finish everything under that permit before you can start using it. So what we do is we are actually, the contractor will be working here in the next month or so to fine tune again the numbers as we look at the project as a whole. So when we start bringing back then the different permit pieces, it'll be about 3 permits, that we will know clearly what the overall cost is, and then we'll be able to bring each one of these packages to you. So the first package we're really looking at is the admin, the primary, and the outdoor parking area. We can do that, still give you some parking to the south, still give you the drop-off. They can still use part of the two-story for the administration and for the primary. Once that is finished, then we move those back, everybody back in there, and then we start working on the second package, which will be basically half of the two-story classroom building and the cafeteria and the gym, and then the last package would be the remaining two-story. So we're looking at, from right now, that by the time we move people and then get started right after the summer, actually the construction part of it, that we would be finishing up roughly in the fall of 26 is kind of what we're looking at. So your fall break right now, schedule-wise, is looking, that's when we'd be completing this. So we still have some more work to do, but we'll come back to you and update you, and we just wanted to give you an idea where this is going, and we're open for any questions that you might have.
So you're looking at next year 8 classrooms out of that entire building. This is going to be student occupied, staff occupied throughout the year. So as Don and team mentioned, primaries are moving out, the office is moving out of that space, and so everything in the existing plan that's light blue and green is moving and occupying the orange space. So it's going to be, lots of construction happening all summer, all beginning of the school year. Hopefully by spring break, in the new plan, what is blue, light blue, we'll be able to, hopefully by spring break, get the primary moved in there. And then we got to start moving some elementary kids over to the bottom section of the orange so we can take care of one half of it. And then, over the summer, move them over to the other area, work on that. So as Jill told all staff as they were leaving and signing their contracts for next year, it's going to be messy, but we can do this. And Don's been with us when we did this before with occupied campuses. We've got a new construction team than from what we had before, but they absolutely, that was one of the big things. They have to know how to work with occupied campuses, and they're absolute experts at it. It's going to go. We're set up for really great work.
And we're not spending money bringing portables in to have to move students in there or move them completely off campus and trying to find a spot for them. Really, we have the luxury of being able to, just with some shifting, to be able to move them around within the buildings that the building that we're talking about.
Dr. Robert, if we're able to move people by spring break, would teachers be given an opportunity to either have paid days to come in? And I'm just thinking of like setting up a classroom, like they're setting up a classroom with a quarter left in the school year, and
Super, yeah. I mean, and we experience this now, like when we do our 10-day drops. Sometimes, at the beginning of the year, let's say after 10 days, and we have to move a staff member type of thing, to another campus. Whenever we do that, we give people the opportunity to, for transitions, all those types of things. So we're months away from that, but yeah, we'll make sure it's taken care of. We've also got not just our custodial staff, but we've got Chase Building team that's going to be working on moving that stuff. So it's not the teacher moving it. We've got construction crews that are going to be doing all that moving. Of course, the teacher is going to be creating the environment, and they'll need time to do that. And we'll just have to look at use of time. It may be, we talk about spring break being that ideal time. We'll see what the pace of construction goes, but yes, the answer to the question is yes. We will make sure what that looks like. We'll report it to you before it happens, but we will make sure that we take very good care of staff as we're asking them for a very inconvenient year. We're going to make sure and take care of them so that they are well supported in making this happen.
Thank you so much, and really great presentation. I'm very impressed. I don't know what software they've got nowadays that makes you feel like so realistic in there. Feel like I'm in the building, and it is really cool. So hats off to you guys on the presentation. Just a couple of questions and maybe a little bit of feedback. Do we have a guaranteed maximum price of GMP right now for this? Not yet. Okay, still being developed. Okay, then I won't feel so bad about giving some comments then, because I don't know if that might change it. We're starting school now this coming year in July. Feels like the world's getting hotter. Certainly Phoenix feels like it's getting hotter. I would love to see some more shade, both on the how to incorporate that, leave it up to people smarter than me, but feedback is both in that interior courtyard as well as in the parking lot, which is getting bigger, to incorporate more shade. It just gets so darn hot in those parking lots. And probably for a future deal, which I would love to see, is get solar. Again, I know it's not in the cards for this time around, but as we look to the future and doing more bonds, and our community's been wonderful to support it and loves solar, and probably don't have that now, but love to see that in the future and love to see some more shading. And also, I live on Montecito Street, so big fan. But I live on the other side of the park, on Steel Indian School Park, and a lot of my neighbors are really excited about this. Some of whom are already sending their kids to Montecito, and they find that it's easier to access the school by bike or by e-bike, because you can cut across the park rather than having to try to navigate that mean reverse lane on 7th Street. Right. And I think, my opinion at least, is I think we're going to see an increase in that kind of, at least from the close by neighborhoods, families using more e-bikes, cargo bikes, bicycles, what have you. I didn't see anywhere to any parking for bikes on there. Is that just not able to be rendered on this, or is that? What are your thoughts on that? Incorporating some place for families and kids to park a bike.
Yes, those will be incorporated in as we develop it a little bit more,
Okay.
but we haven't ignored that.
Okay.
And
Sounds good.
on the shade front, the team didn't highlight it, but where the kids are going to be outside waiting for pickup, there's shading that's put in there, all along that area where that drop off and pickup is.
Cool. Very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful presentation.
I might have misheard on the time when it was ready. Was it fall break or spring break where you anticipated it being complete to then move over to the full area?
So multiple phasings. The first phase is elementary kids set in place, at the beginning of this year. Primary moving, and so we're talking about spring break next school year is the anticipated date that the primary would be able to come in, basically for the last quarter of the year.
Okay, so spring of 26.
Yes.
Okay.
Fall of, at the beginning of the school year, of the 26-27 school year, is anticipated where you see the dark blue?
Yes.
go to the next on the right-hand side, orange, that would be fully occupied with elementary classrooms, top and bottom, while top and bottom of the bottom orange section has construction on, with a goal of fall break 26-27 school year of completion there, and hopefully, like mid-October of 2026.
Okay.
We're cutting ribbon and celebrating the completion of project.
Okay. I was getting confused on all the different breaks and completion parts
The
there.
largest project is this first one, with the primary admin and then the site work.
Mhm.
That's gonna take the most time. The rest of it from there is all interior. And probably the least is the gym. Like the gym, there's not gonna be a lot of work, just some painting. And then the cafeteria, as you saw. The kitchen is very small too, so the lion's share of the construction is gonna be this first piece.
Okay. Did have questions similar to Mr. Hermes on the shade, but I'm assuming part of because it's such an enclosed courtyard, the building is going to provide a good bit of shade to that as well. But then the trees, do we have existing trees there, or are we going to plant kind of youngish trees? Okay.
We're gonna be a combination of some trees, because we wanna bring the nature and the natural in there, but then also some shade structure. Just like what we're doing on all the campuses, we're adding some shade and so forth that your project management group has been working on, so.
All right. And now the other thing, I really liked the security of the front entrance. It seems to be a very secure feature for that. So I appreciate that aspect of it. And then the connection between the media center and the cafeteria, were those sliders there? And was the purpose of that to kind of have them open at times, or have the flexibility? What was the thought behind that part?
The thought, number one, right now, if you walk in that space, that cafeteria is kind of totally isolated. Just has the two pair of doors, and there's really no visual relief out of there. So what by meeting with the staff and meeting with the community, what they were looking at is, can we get some visual relief from the cafeteria through that flexible space, and then actually see out into the courtyard? But there's a visual, but you can also open up those doors right there, and now you can have that flex space become part of the cafeteria and vice versa, where you can have events, or it gives you a lot more flexibility, if you will, in the gathering space there. It doesn't isolate the cafeteria. It makes the cafeteria part of the rest of the school, and that's what we tried to accomplish.
And Eric, your question about trees too. Last spring, we had tree planting. 100 trees planted across our district on all the schools. Montecito was part of that. So there are some new trees that are on that courtyard, and I've asked them to, make sure that we're not doing anything to touch those. We don't want to destroy the new life that we just brought to campus.
One last question, very niche question. I believe there's a mural on the exterior of the Montecito.
In that courtyard area?
I think
Yes,
so.
yes.
I just know it because the artist lives in my neighborhood and recently did the mural in my neighborhood as well. We did a little mural unveiling, same artist. And are we saving that?
We have not been instructed to remove it.
Okay.
So it is there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just that sounds great to me. I just think there's always opportunity. If you need to replace a mural or want to get in touch with the artist who did the mural originally, let me know and I can put you in touch with her. I just
No, there's no need to remove. There's even
Okay.
a covered area out there that comes right off of where the library is now.
Yeah.
That will remain also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions, comments? Thank you so much. That was really amazing. Really enjoyed seeing it. And can we find that video on our website or?
Not yet. We can get it on, but we want to make sure before we're putting something outward facing that we're actually at. I would release it once we have the GMP, because the GMP is like, okay, this is what the plan actually is. Right now, we are still in negotiations on that GMP with these ideas as part of it. So
Perfect.
Coming soon.
So hopefully, once it's available, Mr. Stacy can put it on the website, and it can get the community excited, right? So that way. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
All right, so now we are moving on. We have 11 action items. So I don't know.
Not that daunting, I hope.
I don't know if I've ever seen that many, but all right. We'll go to the first one. So we have approval of adoption of iReady Math for Osborne Middle School.
All right, Madam President, governing board members, Dr. Robert, we do not have a flyover video to share with you, but we do have some slides. So pull those up, my friend. All right, we are excited to bring to you a item to officially adopt iReady Mathematics at Osborne Middle School. So our goal with all curricular materials is to secure and adopt high-quality instructional materials to support mathematics instruction at Osborne Middle School. Next slide. So for many, many years with veteran, amazing mathematics teachers, two of which are in this room at the moment, Osborne math teachers have created, curated their own standards-aligned math materials with great success for many, many years. Over the last couple years, I've been talking with OMS staff just about the idea, possibility of officially adopting a math curriculum. And so last spring, we finally got to this place, well, the leadership team finally got to the place where they determined that it was time to have a consistent math curriculum to really support all teachers at OMS. So with that, the leadership team picked my brain, partnered with me and my team, and in just a moment, I will introduce this wonderful coach and teacher, but with the leadership of Erin Tikovich, they really created a list of needs that they really wanted to see, feel, touch, all the things from a math curriculum, and then a corresponding rubric. They really tried out several different curriculum materials, got a lot of different options, reached out to colleagues in other districts, but iReady Math really became the resounding and overwhelming favorite. They connected with a partner school, partner middle school in Washington Elementary School District, which is an A-rated school, and they have been using iReady Math now for a couple years and just really got a lot of feedback, learned about their experience, and that kind of sealed the deal. And then so they elected to pilot the program during this school year to really just make sure, though, that it was the best fit for students and staff. So with that, these are kind of the bullet points, truly, that I pulled from the iReady website. But I think you'll see a lot of these kind of key talking points in the next couple slides, where we have 2 teacher testimonials and a student testimonial. So I think we'll just skip ahead to the next slide. So Michelle Kingsland is a longtime special education resource teacher who just this year, and Dr. Boyle knows very well, was asked to teach math. She had taught ELA for many, many, many years. And I think was pretty nervous about it at first, but after, I think, a very focused and targeted professional learning that was designed kind of with our 2 research teachers in mind, kind of opened her eyes up to all that iReady could be, and at the end of the year, wrote this testimonial. So I'll just read it. The biggest reason she's in favor of iReady is the very clear testing results it provides. It's been extremely helpful for her to write IEPs, and parents have a greater understanding when she's explaining the results compared to the other screening tool that we use, which is FastBridge. So it really allows parents to see the different domains that the curriculum covers, and they appreciate how it includes kind of grade level placement and gives them a true picture. So that is one testimonial. Then the next slide is from Caitlin McKay, a former OMS student, I might also add, new teacher who really appreciates the curriculum because it allows her to assign interactive practice that directly aligns with the lessons that she's teaching. The diagnostic data is especially valuable as it clearly identifies the specific skills each student needs to improve. which really enables her to form targeted small groups or assign individual practice to support their growth. She also appreciates the online component, finds it particularly effective as it gives students the opportunity to strengthen those foundational skills from previous grades without taking away valuable instructional time. So 2 different perspectives about the value of the program. And then the next slide, we get to hear from one of our students. Oh, no. Okay, well, how about,
It's on my phone.
okay. It's a lovely, 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 maybe you
play the
could,
sound
or I
clip
could put it
up,
in. You know what, let me bring my computer. I can do it from here. It's all good. You can hear it. I'll turn it way up. Can you prove it from your email? It's fine. We got this. If I turn the volume way up, I think you're going to be able to hear it from my computer.
Do you like about iReady? I like about iReady that it can, the comprehension checks, because it's checks for your understanding. And I like how teachers can see how much you improved on something, or how much, what are you struggling on in that topic. So you know what you're struggling on and you can work on that with an independent teacher or having classmates helping you with that topic. And that'll help me improve in the future, and I can get better at that weakness, so I can have a strength in that.
Perfect advocate. So let's see, we will move to the next slide, pretty please. First, verify it's you, sir. So without further ado, I will pass the torch to the amazing Erin Tikovich, master teacher and math teacher extraordinaire. You must click one more time. Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to give a little snapshot. I think the teacher testimonials and the student testimonials kind of spoke for it, but I can speak further to the curriculum, its implementation, or its impact. So if you had any questions.
I just have one question. I know iReady does benchmark testing. Are we thinking that we'll use that as well? And I think there's also an ELA component to it too. So I know we're just talking about math, but is there a thought that maybe we'll move into looking at ELA at some point or not?
At some point, that ELA adoption that I referred to is looming in the next couple of years. So
Okay.
OMS does have a board-approved
Right.
ELA curriculum study sync. So at some point in the next couple of years, we'll look at
Okay.
whether or not we want to keep that or consider other programs. I know a lot of districts do have both, and so there are certainly pros to that. But at this time, we're just thinking about math. In terms of the diagnostic and the benchmark, I think we get a lot of really good information from that. So we're looking at, is that enough? Does that meet our need to have those regular screenings? So we certainly
Okay.
don't want to overtest students. So that will be part of the summer work as we really think about the assessment plan. But anything to add to that?
I think that's what Michelle Kingsland was also touching on, because with the diagnostic, it just really drills down to specific data for the student, and we have given pieces of it this year that have been really helpful to teachers.
Okay. Yeah, I've used the iReady benchmark testing before and found that it gave a lot of information. So, and I'm excited. I know our teachers work really hard and have, made some really great curriculum, but, when there's stuff that's out there and has all the components, it can be really helpful. So.
Yeah, and one more thing I can say about the diagnostic is even beyond what it gives to the teacher, then it assigns specific skills individually to the student. That's put in something called MyPath. So whatever level they're testing in, it'll tailor an online component directly to their level.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments? Board member?
This looks really great. Seems like it has a lot of the diagnostic aspects to it. Is there training for the teachers to kind of make sure that they're using it the right way and figuring out all of the features that it can be used for?
Yeah, we've had a few rounds of training this year from some reps from iReady that have come in and told us about. It's very rich with a lot of components, so it was a lot to dive into. And I think that's also going to be a big focus of our PLC work, not just, how to access all these different parts of the data, but also how to make the curriculum work with the philosophy behind it, which is a lot about student talk, student collaboration, student ownership. And I think that's like the next piece we'll be working on.
To go with that, with the adoption, does the ordering of materials and digital subscription come with support?
It does, yeah. We did get, like Aaron said, several rounds of professional learning, and I was just looking at the quote, ready to kind of dive in pending governing board approval, and we actually did get some free professional learning for next year, which is very exciting. And then we could always tap into that using some other funds, but absolutely.
And one thing that you're probably thinking about, but I know, sometimes like the first year we give a ton of professional development, and then those subsequent years we're still using the curriculum, and the training just like drops off, and especially for any new teachers that might be using it. So I guess not a question, but just my ask would be that, as we look into future years of using it, that we continue to provide that support.
Absolutely. It is overwhelming, I think, when you dive in at first. But I think that's also the beauty of the PLC model that OMS is really leaning into in terms of that just collaborative support of your peers to kind of co-plan, develop lessons together, look at data together. So that support is also just kind of wrapped around teachers throughout the year.
Board member Thompson?
It appears the funding source is the capital override.
Yes.
What is the cost for it? The startup costs and then any ongoing annual costs?
Yep, so I'm seeing if I can talk them down a little bit. At this point, 1 year of a digital subscription, and curriculum companies really get you that way because you have rich and robust online resources which are able to be updated and adapted, but you pay for them every year. So at this time, we're looking at about $33,000 a year. Again, if we commit to a longer, so that's for 1 year. I'm asking for 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year quotes, and I know the price per year will go down with that.
That actually doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah.
So.
One's cool.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I know I was just looking, and they have lessons and some other things in Spanish, and I know we've talked about increasing dual language opportunities at OMS. Is that something that we're looking at, or is that included in the subscription that we're currently quoted for? Like, what? I don't know if that's like an automatic thing or if you have to add that on.
The consumables we would have to pay, that would be additional. I think the online resources are available in Spanish. I'll have to triple check that. I know, just like all of our other programs, the paper consumables, we would have to pay. So it would be basically double or.
Yeah. It looks like they even have like PDFs of like lessons and resources in Spanish. They have learning games in Spanish.
Yeah.
Even like assessments can be given in Spanish. So it looks like there's a lot of different things.
And I think it's safe to say two things. Number one, that the capital override dollars are there to support that if necessary, but also that we're not prepared for making that expansion of dual language into mathematics for next year. So, that's part of the continuing conversation. We are moving it beyond that Spanish as a second language class into content next year, which is super exciting, but math isn't one of the content areas.
But it's amazing that it's an option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks really robust, actually.
All right, perfect. Any other comments, questions?
Just one further this isn't replacing, so we were talking about like the cost of it. It's not replacing another one that cost is going to go because we'd kind of done it on our own, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much. My comment is I was actually at a STEM conference just last week through Naleo. And they talked a lot about HQIM, that they went very extensively. So seeing it was a little traumatic again, just kidding. No, it was great. It was great to see that what I was being taught just last week at the conference is what we're seeing. And one of the tools that they gave us was edreports.org. And so before the meeting, while I was reading my package, I did pull it up, and it meets all the standards that Arizona approved back in 2018. So I'm really happy to see that we are hopefully going to be approving a high quality instructional material for our students and our staff to use. So with that, I am open to a motion.
I move that we approve the adoption of the iReady Math for Osborne Middle School.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is the recommendation of RFQ 2025.02 award for construction manager at risk.
I'm going to introduce the governing board to Missy Mudray from Sunny Path Associates, and she's going to go over the selection process that the evaluation committee went through for the two CMARs. They're kind of back to back on the agenda here, so we'll just kind of.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Colleen, thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Robert. I appreciate the time to talk to you about procurement after you've been here for a very long time. I could
So
be
have
here
you. Thank you.
but I didn't bring a presentation because I knew that it might take a little bit to get to me, so lucky for you. I've been doing procurement. Maybe I should get an award as well. I don't want to date myself, but not as long as Dawn, but 20 years since 2005. So I've been working in public sector for all of that time. I am not an attorney. This is not legal advice. This is just based on my experience working in public sector for that long. So traditionally, historically, statutorily, construction by rule is the traditional design, bid, build. So what Dawn had presented to you earlier with Montecito, all of that would already have to be done before going out to actually obtain your contractor. Through the RFQ process, it's a selection-based process. It is not a price-based process. So Mr. Hermes, you bringing up the GMP, that's what we will get to eventually with these two projects. So the first one is for the instructional learning spaces. That is a complex project that has a multitude of different sites. They're going to be occupied. There's a lot of different activities and construction that needs to be done throughout the district. So your traditional design, bid, build approach doesn't make sense. It doesn't allow for the collaboration between your design professional, the contractor that you've selected, to get some value engineering and get to that actual guaranteed maximum price. So with that, by statute and rule, there is a committee that has to be comprised. It includes a licensed contractor that is not submitting on the project, also includes an architect of record, and then it includes district higher level advisory administrative type people. You need to have a supervisor, and then typically depending on the type of project, you would include people that might be from that building or representative of principals, staff, or wherever that construction may impact. So for the learning spaces, that again, just like any other formal procurement, it was legally advertised, it was on the street, available for anybody interested in that opportunity for a specific period of time. We had a pre-submittal meeting where interested contractors could come, learn about the opportunity, understand what the project scope is, ask questions, and then submit their submittals for review. That's, again, based on the criteria that's outlined in the RFQ. It is qualifications-based first, so once they're responsive and responsible and meet the criteria for that project, the committee does their scoring, their ranking. They can do interviews and presentations or not, and then they bring that recommendation to you for review, which is why we're here today. So those members differ from each of the two different projects. based on one being child nutrition, one being instructional learning spaces. But you have put your faith in their ability to review that information and bring that recommendation to you for award. So I'm willing, able to answer any questions that you might have on the process or how we got to that recommendation for you here today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions, comments? Board Member Thompson?
Go ahead. In reviewing the packet, I noticed, I think, the response from Chase was considered unresponsive. I was just curious what that was that they didn't,
They
that
did
wasn't
not
included there.
acknowledge specific documentation in the one package that was required.
Okay.
Okay. Board Member Hermes?
Yeah, so, or both, and I'm going to ask you questions about both. I know we're,
That's fine.
you know, if that's okay.
Yes.
So the first one is design build, correct?
No, they are both construction manager at
Oh,
risk
correct.
projects.
Okay,
They are
got it.
both construction manager at risk projects, which means there is a risk for
Yeah.
their contractor because they don't know what that final plan and drawing and spec is going to be.
Got
So
it.
there's risk on both parts, right? There's
Yeah.
risk of you as an owner because you don't know what that price is going to be even
Right.
though you have a budget.
Right.
And then there's a risk on the part of the contractor because they don't have the
That,
final set.
that GMP still got to get negotiated.
Absolutely.
Now, the CMAR fee, I noticed, if you could just kind of walk me through it, because I'm looking at one, I'm looking at the other, and I know the second one, I think it's child nutrition,
Was a little
it
like a
was a
percentage.
5% CMAR fee, 5% of the GMP. And then the earlier one for Montecito, I think is 5.5% on the CMAR fee. What is a CMAR fee? Is that part of the bid? Does that go into the thing?
That's their profit. That's their profit
Right.
for the overall project. When you do a traditional design bid build where we put together, Dawn or whoever your architect is, put together specs and drawings and plans, and then we put out an invitation for bid, that's already been done, and that price that they submit is the price. And that's what the evaluation is based on. It's price-based only when you do an invitation for bid. Once they're responsive and responsible, right? You have to ensure
Yeah.
that their contractor license and all the vetting part is still apropos. But at the end of the day, that price is the price where their profit has built into the bid versus with a GMP, they don't know what that final cost is going
Yeah.
to be. So that's why we negotiate percentages for that type of compensation.
So is it 5%, or I guess why is it different, 5% versus 5.5%? Is that
Based
part
on
of
the project. It's project specific. So one of the projects might have had a little bit more complexity to it. There's a number of different reasons how you arrive, but I'm happy and confident to share with you that under 6% is very favorable in this market, especially today.
Okay.
2025. So both projects are well within reason of appropriate and, some comparative fees.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate your time and how you explained everything. Thank you.
So much.
All right. Do we have a motion for action item B?
A move to approve the recommendation of RFQ 2025.02 Award of Construction Manager at Risk.
Do we have a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we'll move on to action item C. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the recommendation of RFQ 2025.03 Award of for Construction Manager at Risk.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Perfect. So we'll move on to the next item, which is the approval and second review of ASBA policy revisions.
Yes, last meeting we went through second reading of the A policies, first reading of the B policies. We're done with A. Congratulations. We're on to the second letter of the alphabet. This is, you already did a first reading and approval of the B policies. And so this is the second review of the policies that you've already given one look to.
All right, perfect. Do we have a motion for action item D?
I'll move to approve the second review of the ASBA policy revisions.
Perfect. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll be moving on to action item E, discussion approval reaffirming or revision of priorities from the 2025 ASBA political agenda for the 2026 political agenda.
All right, you guys got that full packet. This can be as short or as long as you guys want it to be. The ASBA has identified 5 priorities and 2 additional items for consideration. And so there's listed of previously submitted priorities. There are 5 that are there. You guys went through this process, last year as well. There are the 5 priorities that you guys agreed upon and 2 items to consider. You can either reaffirm those same 5 and 2 priorities, or you can discuss if you want to send a revision of priorities for the 2025 ASBA political agenda.
All right, questions, comments, preferences?
I look back at what we've done in the past. I like it. I don't know if there's an option as I reflect on the last year and maybe things that are affecting us as a public school district. We've been severely affected. I think public school districts across the country have been severely impacted negatively by the attempt to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education and to destroy or delete or pull the rug out on these grants that our district has been impacted by. I know these seem to be mostly targeted on the state level. So if that's true, then maybe this isn't a place to add that recommendation. But if it's more broad, I'd love to see some sort of inclusion of pushing back on these cuts from the federal level.
Ed, I had some similar thoughts, and there's some different funding ones in the first section that I think maybe would be good to have on our list. So one of them is replace current year funding with a transparent, reliable system that provides districts stable annual budgeting ability and technical reliability. One, I think it addresses the issues that we're seeing at the state level, but then 2, I think maybe it pushes for some more stability when there's a lot of concerns with the federal funding and that stability. I don't know. There wasn't, I had a hard time finding one that I think really addressed those concerns. And, I don't know if that's because we weren't as concerned a year ago about our federal funding getting slashed the way it is and may be slashed in the future. But yeah, I think that some sort of goal regarding budgeting and ensuring that we have the budgets our kids need.
So I know in what we approved last year, we do have the maximized state funding for competitive salaries, etc. And then in the additional items, we also had amend the constitutional aggregate expenditure limit, which is a huge one here in Arizona, as well as, there's, from what I'm looking at, there is stuff on funding. And since we didn't see something super clear, I don't know how everybody feels about submitting the same priorities we had last year.
I would have to say, Member Greenberg, I really appreciate your comments about the concerns about the federal budget, particularly, and I think it's addressed a little bit in the first one that talks about ESAs, STOs, because and basically that privatization of public funds, because if we start to see shifts in our title funding becoming block grants, I'm concerned about who we're going to be competing against, and that it may be private industries that we're competing for those block grants too. So although it's not addressing that directly, I think that first priority speaks to the concerns, around the privatization of.
Agree. Yeah.
Madam President, I mean, maybe a way to do this is I'm fine keeping priorities as they are, as we've done in the past, and maybe in addition, either as individuals or as collectively reaching out to ASBA saying, in addition to all of this, we want you to, be more vocal on these federal issues as well. I think that would be appropriate.
There are a couple other things. There's been a obvious attack on local control in this state, and there's several things under that bullet. But I think about, and I know we had in one of our priorities about like ELL models, but another thing I wanted to consider under the second one, preserve, respect, and strengthen local control. There's a bullet that's ensure local control and flexibility in managing funds and programs within the Arizona constitutional requirements of a general and uniform public school system. And I don't know if that's the best one, but that addresses some of the things that we've had with our dual language programs, and even some of the things in terms of like the grant that we had that got slashed at the federal level. These are things that we as a school district believe in, and I think the state and the federal government have really tried to come in and take some of those things away, like dual language or diversity-based programs, or things like that. The other one I wanted to put up here too, just given our current climate, that's also under local control, is oppose legislative efforts to ban educational and supplemental materials that provide an inclusive and historically accurate, well-rounded education. It's another thing that we've seen come up time and time again. And I think luckily with Governor Hobbs, some of these things have been vetoed, but we don't know who that next person is going to be. And I'm personally very concerned about those things in the future. So those are some other things that may be priorities that we want to look at. I know as a district, when I look at the values that we all have as a board, I don't necessarily see that on other boards around us. And so even though some of these other things that we picked as priorities, they're still, all these things are really great priorities, but they're really great priorities, but maybe like us having some of the values that we have and really kind of lifting up some of those things that maybe other districts aren't lifting up. I don't know if that, maybe brings that to the forefront of our ASBA leadership so that they know that that's important too.
And I would recommend with that too, just, if there's anything specific, Ed already kind of mentioned, he's okay with the priorities, but, I'm certainly open. Well, this is your discussion, what you're going to put forward to. But, as you see something that you think is a priority, perhaps we can start phrasing it in motion language, like it's not the motion yet, but, I'd look to possibly replace top, priority number 4 with this one. So it'll give us a way of framing it when it comes time for you to formalize the motion. So do you kind of see that as a priority over another one that you'd like to do some replacing with?
I think for the ones that I had brought up in the first section, I do like the idea of maximizing state funding for salaries, but I think, let me go back to, I think like having something like replacing current year funding or something like that, that addresses more than just salaries. If we're having a more stable budgeting process and reliability, we as districts can address teacher salaries. We can address classroom materials. We can address a variety of other things. So I think maybe it's just broader. So maybe I think that could replace that one. I I think for the ELL models, again, I think it's really important. And I think it's really important for our district. But I think you could look at that local control one of saying that we want districts to have local control and flexibility in managing funds and programs. I think that that can encompass that. It's not maybe as specific, but kind of paints more of a broader paintbrush that can cover some of those concerns. I would be fine keeping the ones that we have too, but I just think that there's been a lot of changes in this past year, and maybe we want to look at it at a broader lens.
So just for a little bit of context, so the these priorities would be for the 2025 year or 2026?
For the 25-26 school year.
Okay,
And so in the fall, they'll have, that's when you're going to designate, have a delegate that's
Delegate,
going to
yeah.
go to the general. So this is first the district either, affirming what you want to put as priorities to that. And then they'll have, at the first meeting in the fall, they'll have the general meeting, you'll have your delegate assembly, and they'll vote on like what the slate of, in preparation for January of 26,
Okay.
what ASBA's advocacy will be based upon the priorities that collective districts are providing and voting on in that delegate assembly.
And so with that time frame, we know that we will still have Governor Hobbs during the year of 2026, which she has been really great at vetoing these things that are some of the things that Clerk Thompson has brought up. Greenberg. It's been a really long week already at work.
It's only Tuesday.
Sorry. I'm like, May is the month where I'm wrapping up all the leadership programs I run, and it's been crazy. But so keeping in mind that, so that way, just some context, so that way. But I think Board Member Thompson, you had a comment.
I did, but Board Clerk Greenberg basically said what I was already going to say. Those 2 points, the curtailing of local authority and oppose the efforts to ban educational materials. Those were both of the points that I wanted to bring up that I really supported for that. The other ones, I think the repeal of the aggregate expenditure limit is more important than most people realize. It would destroy public schools if the aggregate expenditure limit actually was implemented. It would just decimate public schools entirely. So I think that's really important. I also really liked the fully fund kindergarten because I think it was a specific ask. Not that I'm opposed to maximizing state funding, but that's vague enough to know when to take action on it, as opposed to the kindergarten, I think, is something where it's hard to be opposed to that. If it actually got to the vote, you would hope so. You would hope so. And then repealing the ESAs was my fifth one. I think that's something that we don't need we don't need public dollars going to private schools.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel pretty strongly about the first one that we have for ESAs, keeping that one. I think that's a huge problem that we were experiencing here in Arizona, and now everybody gets to experience in all 50 states.
I was privileged enough to be the delegate last year, and I will say that having experienced the delegate assembly, most governing boards have very similar priorities to Osborne, and so we're at least in good company there. And whoever is our chosen delegate in the fall can speak on things that are important to us that might be beyond these 5 priorities. So nothing's like set in stone. We're not particularly married to anything because we will have our delegate attend to represent our community in the fall.
All right, do we have a motion?
I liked Clerk Greenberg's kind of substitutions there. If she could summarize them to remind us, that could be helpful.
Can I even make an amendment to my
To your amendment?
we have one for state standardized testing, and I almost think instead of replacing the one that we have about ELL models, maybe we replace that one with local control. So replace state funding for competitive salaries with, what did we say? Either the aggregate expenditure limit or the one
have
for
the-
replacing current year funding.
So AEL's down at
Or-
the bottom as,
Yeah,
as one of the considerations. As well.
Right. So I don't know if we want to bring that up on the top. But I would say for me, it would be replacing maximizing state funding for salaries with the replacing current year funding and replacing state standardized testing as a priority with ensuring local control and flexibility.
I make a motion to replace them as stated by Clerk Greenberg.
Second.
All right, it's been
Whoa.
moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Next, yeah, because I actually am really passionate about the Arizona Teachers Academy. I've been doing a lot of research on it, so I'm just opposed to the what we replaced it, but it doesn't. We don't always have to agree, all of us. So, motion carries. All right. So the next item on the agenda here is approval of revision to the 24-25 school district expenditure budget.
Okay, well, it's been about 3 hours since we went over this. Would you like me to pull up the comparisons again, just as a refresher? I don't know if you had any additional questions. If there are no additional questions, then it's ready for a recommendation and action. But here, might have some. Yes.
To get back to so I'm really glad you addressed the carryover part because that was kind of my big question for that. For the ELA adoption that we're going to be doing, do we have a ballpark guess of the cost that will be? If we're saving money up for it, how much is that going to?
You mean the
cost
math
us?
adoption? The
No,
okay, sorry.
the ELA one.
The ELA that was plugged in there.
Yeah.
So that was based on budget numbers from the last adoption cycles we were on. So I don't have any updated estimates as of what that adoption would look like K-8 right now. So based on like 6-7 years ago when we looked at that, it was roughly about 1.5. But then what we found out is that was not inclusive of then each year as we were adding additional classrooms, we've also had additional costs annually as adding in additional classrooms that are dual classrooms because the initial cost when we adopted Benchmark 6-7 years ago was we've expanded the number of dual classrooms, especially at like primary levels, grade levels, over the last several years. And so every time we open another dual room, which is wonderful that that program has been expanding, there's additional adoption costs that happen for those as well. And the consumables as well, English and Spanish and things.
Safe to say at least a $2 million adoption.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be more than 1.5 from what it was 6 years ago.
Was that previously more of physical materials, and do we anticipate it being digital, in which case it might be a whole new ballgame on that?
It was digital before, but there's the annual replenishment of like consumable materials as well. So it was a little bit of both. So I imagine it's going to be somewhere close to that same kind of ballpark, but just knowing that prices have escalated within that over the last 6-7 years.
Okay. I mean, that was my main concern is that I see the capital override growing. I mean, when you talked about the carryover as a percentage, well, in capital, we're around 400%. And if our goal in M&O is 17%, we're only carrying 9%. Then it was kind of that question, well, why are we even leaving any of that DAA in capital when we could move it into M&O? Because we could do a lot of things with 160,000, whether it be more parental leave or not capping the sub budget or something like that. So it's good to know the behind the scenes aspect of the planning for, okay, we have to kind of stockpile some money for the large purchase down the road.
Yes, I would also add that it's not just the ELA adoption, so the original budget for the curricular adoptions as part of the capital override included adoptions of multiple subjects built in. So then as those also were determined of, do we need those right now, do we not, do we wait, what is, those budgeted savings are also there. So that 3.3 was not just built from what was on reserve as we're waiting for that ELA adoption. It was also some of those other smaller pieces, as where we have a budget each year in that capital override where we look at budgeting amounts for SPED curricular material needs, for EL material needs, for gifted material needs, for music, art, PE. And so not all of those have the full actualized cost of what's budgeted each year. And so it's been built in there. To your other question, Eric, about, transferring those funds, one of the reasons why we haven't had conversations about transferring the full DAA is because of the voter restrictions within the override. So then all new revenue each year that would be coming in would be tied to those voter restrictions in the capital override. And the capital override that was building up some of these reserves prior to the renewal of the capital override from the 23 election did not have the flexibility in how it could be spent the way the current override that was renewed did. So we had to be very, very careful of, there was not language in that first capital override for significant preventative maintenance or even school budgets, department budgets for F&E needs and other things. It was very restrictive to instructional materials, instructional technology, and very limited administrative, non-school level administrative costs out of the capital override have also been kept very, very low. And so we had to be careful about that and making sure we still had some state formula-driven allocations to be able to provide for those needs as well.
Okay, that's good to know, because I assume most of the time the language of either the overrides or bonds are written so broadly you can essentially do whatever you want with it, within reason. But if the old one, so when is that, that old money that is more restricted gonna cycle through?
So it'll cycle through as we're tracking those carryover balances within those original funds that are restrictive. From the voter authorization and the tax levy that brought those in, those are still being tracked with expenditures according to that original authorization. So I'm really watching what's the fund balance from each year to know that year was triggered by which voter authorization restrictions. The other piece of that is the new capital override that was approved in 23's election. This is the first year that those expenditures are now in place this school year, the 24-25 school year. And so while the language was written in to be more generalized, so it does include preventative maintenance, facilities, and equipment updates. So then we can have F&E in there, some furniture, some fixtures, in addition to technology and instructional materials, systems that might need some preventative maintenance or repairs as they break. The dollar amounts that are allocated still have to operate within that plus or minus 10% of the overall. And so whereas when we're thinking about our overall bond of $100 million, we have 10% plus or minus, that's a significant number of $10 million that we can go either way in categories. But when we're looking at 1.5 million annually in the DAA override, that's a much smaller number to be able to say, okay, that's our limit of how much we can deviate from that original budget. And it wasn't just written as 1.5. It was broken out between instructional, administrative, curricular, and so being aware of those subcategories within it as well.
Okay, thank you.
I love appreciate doing this, and I'm definitely supportive of it, but love the idea of transferring more funds or looking at how we can transfer more or the full amount of that DAA to do to more of our M&O, which are those harder dollars to come by. So love that idea kind of going forward and I appreciate you breaking it all down, as I know how those funds get a little bit more flexible, I think, over time, if I'm understanding that right. So thank you for breaking that down. And it's not a future agenda item, but I see how much things cost to implement certain policies, and like Eric said, or Board Member Thompson said, at $160,000 used the right way can really be stretched a long way.
Yes, and so I agree with all of that. We just have to be cautious of it's really, when we're thinking about moving funds, it's really easy to move it one way. It's that much harder to move it back the other way. And so we are really, really fortunate to have such a strong community support where we have both the bond and the capital override. But if we were ever in a position where the capital override did not renew, we have then essentially would be in a position where we've transferred 100% of our state funding for capital into maintenance and operations, which gets put into predominantly people, positions, salaries, benefits, policies around personnel. And so it's really hard once you make that move to then be having those conversations of where do you cut to move it back. And so there's always that balance of what's the risk, what's the long-term plan, sustainability, and all those things that go into it. But I completely agree of how do we maximize dollars that are there that we have flexibility with to be able to continue to push the initiatives that we want to do forward.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments? All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve the revisions to the 24-25 budget.
Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next item on the agenda is the approval to exceed 24-25 M&O budget subsections.
This is an annual housekeeping item that's tied. We do this at the same time as the final budget revision of the year. This allows for flexibility within the subsections of that M&O budget as actual expenditures are continuing to happen all the way through August and that close out of the encumbrance period. It helps prevent any non-compliance or audit findings as long as we are still required to make sure we're not obviously exceeding our bottom line total M&O budget, which will be well within the expenditure limit as we're projecting a $2 million carry forward.
Perfect. Questions, comments? All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. And now we're at the item H. So fiscal year 2026 budget committee recommendations.
Yes, so I'm really excited about kind of presenting kind of the summary work of all of this spring's budget committee. It was a I felt like it was a really great budget committee season. We had a lot of very like rich conversations, and I think you'll see from the all of the different pieces that we touch on in our recommendation, where we were looking at staffing allocations, we were looking at some policy pieces, we were also looking at staff increases in compensation, we were looking at specific positional needs around our special education programs. We had a lot of really rich conversations and really great representation and engagement from the members this year. They really were able to go back and do that accordion work that we talk about with going back to their sites, getting feedback, sharing information, coming back, and it was a really great time coming together. And I always enjoy the budget committee season and process. So a big thank you to all of those committee members, including Eric was the representative from the governing board, and so thank you for joining us. You brought some really great questions and expertise to the group. So the attached revenue projections that are in the packet kind of go through what the final projections were that budget committee was working with. Again, those are all based on taking current year counts, aging them up, and assuming our kinder enrollment for next year is going to be the same as this year. So we also then added in a 2% inflationary increase. Again, still waiting to see what the final state budget legislative is going to look like, but we've already included the max 2% inflationary increase in our projections. And so budget committee was looking at just over $1 million of additional revenue in comparison to what the previous year's proposed budget was that they were working with in building this balanced budget recommendation for the board. Looking at the actual committee recommendations that are in there, just some highlights and celebrations. It includes funding for new leave policy items, as well as the paid parental leave policy items, which will be discussed here in a moment. Salary increases for all employee groups of 2%, and continues to honor the district's commitment to provide free medical insurance premiums for employee coverages, increases SPED supports, teacher allocations district-wide. It also allocates funds to retain classified positions that were potentially possibly going to be impacted by the reduction of federal dollars. And so overall, I think the Budget Committee, like I said, did a really great job of being able to kind of take the funds, the $1 million that we had available, and being able to prioritize our needs, but also just kind of be able to touch on and address all of the things the Budget Committee really wanted to do this year. And it really was like a completion too of work that the previous year's Budget Committees had started, and a lot of those other conversations around annual leave payout policies and parental leave and other things that we were able to kind of finish some of that work. We're in no way done with the leave policy pieces, but just knowing that Budget Committee has dollars that they're recommending assigned to kick those off and get those started is something that we really want to celebrate.
Awesome, perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions, comments?
I don't know if this was brought up. I do like the idea of us offering leave, paid parental leave, and I know that's something that the Budget Committee talked about. Was it the last board meeting that we voted on insurance or two board meetings? Yeah, one of the last couple of board meetings. And just thinking from the lens of a parent who's, you know, my husband and I are both in education, and at this point our insurance is we have it subsidized by Phoenix Union, but that is going away. And while I love the idea of paid parental leave, to me, instead of a week of paid parental leave, having subsidized health care would probably be an even bigger impact. So I don't know if that's something that the Budget Committee talked about, or if, you know, and I wouldn't ask you for this number, but if you have an idea, like if you had staff, there's probably a lot of staff that aren't on our healthcare as a family because it's cost prohibitive. And so sometimes it's hard to tell how many people would be on it if it was a more reasonable cost. But, you know, it's a thought as we move into potentially having paid parental leave, which I would love to have. I think, would I rather have a week of paid parental leave, or would I rather have subsidized healthcare costs? And I can't speak for everybody, but I think in the long term, for most families, having that subsidized healthcare might make more of a difference than a week of paid leave. So I know that that's something that was brought up. I just, you know, want to bring it up as a board since we're discussing and looking at what the Budget Committee brought up, and maybe that's, you know, and we're not the only district. Most districts do not subsidize, but there are some that do, and it makes a huge difference, especially for our classified staff.
I think so that did not come up during Budget Committee in that way where it was like this versus this, because we usually are looking at, and we did this year too, we approve those health insurance premiums at the board level before Budget Committee wraps up all of their work so that we can have time to do spring open enrollment with staff. And so we just closed our open enrollment window for insurance last Friday. And so if we were going to do anything, it would be like looking for next year. And I think that's just another reason of having prioritized pieces to help direct those conversations happening earlier in the year, so that when we get into spring and we're looking at what's the presentation or the recommendation to the board for health premiums and the cost share between employee and the district for additional dependent coverage. So I just want to be clear, like we 100% we're funding employee only coverages, but I can completely, on a personal level, I totally know how expensive it is for dependent coverages. And I think you're absolutely right that it's hard for us to know right now what that cost would look like, because there's probably staff out there that have chosen not to cover their dependents with us because of the cost. And so right now, the number of dependents and families that are covered in our membership is so small that it's really hard to get an accurate idea of what that cost would look like as if we were to start to subsidize dependent coverage as well. But it's definitely something that we can look into. Timing wise, though, it would be like looking ahead to next year to start that, because we've already completed our open enrollment window. We've already set insurance premiums for this upcoming year.
Yeah, and I bring it up because I want to have, I'd love to have even more annual paid leave. But the reason I'm bringing it up now is because if that's the priority and that's what we do this year and then we look to expand it, now it's hard to, and I'm only bringing up that one. There are other things that we can look at too, but just as I look at what the budget committee discussed, that would be my only, just something that we want to think of in the future. And it's hard to, not that I would want to take it back. I don't know how to say that in a way. I want to give more leave and also subsidize healthcare costs, but that may not be what we can do right now. So we have to kind of think of the future.
Right, any other comments?
Yeah, are teachers going to be issued new contracts? Teachers and staff issued new contracts reflecting the 2% pay increase?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we're working on, once the governing board hopefully approves tonight, if you choose to do so, this recommendation, then the HR team and myself will be working on prepping. We issue contract addendum letters and addendums to staff's notices of appointments for the classified staff. And our goal is to get those out next week so they're in their hand before they leave for summer break.
Great.
Perfect. Do we have a motion for item H?
I move to approve the 2026 Budget Committee recommendations.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. And now we're at item I, approve the salary placement schedules for all employee groups for the 25-26 school year.
Hello. Okay, protocol having already been established, I have for you the salary placement schedules for the upcoming school year. I want to just highlight on the classified hourly schedule, there has been a 2% increase applied to the entire schedule. And I will pause for questions, comments, or concerns.
And I know we've brought this up during previous years. I'm concerned with the placement schedule. It's a stepless schedule. It doesn't tell me anything about my future. It tells me what I'm going to make this year. I think it's transparent in terms of telling me what I might make this year. But again, it's not, I don't think there's any transparency for people looking towards the future. I personally don't like placement schedules for that reason. I'm also concerned too that we just voted to approve a 2% increase, but our starting pay is still the same with that $50,000. And so I love that we're increasing pay for current staff, but I'm concerned that we're not competitive because most districts around us are paying more than $50,000. It might not be a lot more, but they're looking at increasing that base pay every single year, and we're not.
Questions, comments?
I have a question about psych. I'm looking at on the board page packet 261. The psych, that's for a master's level psychologist.
It's a psychologist intern.
Oh, all the way on the right side, the one that starts with the
Yeah, that's the psychologist. Yeah.
Are we able to
psychologist.
attract psychologists? My understanding, psychologists, generally speaking, make my layperson's understanding is that psychologists earn more than that. Are we able to attract psychologists for that amount of money, or do we have to go to third parties, companies to get psychologists in the school district?
We've had really good retention with
Oh,
the
good.
psychologists that we have. The two that are coming on for this upcoming school year, one is a psychologist intern and one is a psychologist, and we were able to attract them with the schedule as presented.
Great. Thank you so
And
much.
they're district employees?
Yes, they
How many, and is it, how many psychs do we have in the whole district?
a total of 5 sites. We have 3 psychologists that are retained, and we have 2 that we just attracted. One is going to be a psychologist intern over at Clarendon, and one is a psychologist as direct hire that'll be going over to Solano for the upcoming school year.
And they're all direct hires?
Yes.
And they're in their what year of practice?
I actually don't have that information in front of me, but
Okay.
the psychologist intern is just finishing school. She's an intern.
Okay.
And then the psychologist does have experience, but I can't say off the top of my head how many years.
Okay. I would echo the same thing, but for our OT, PT, SLPs, what does that look like across the district? Are most of them direct hires? What's retention?
But I can also ask Sarah. I can also ask Sarah because we're still recruiting for an SLP and an OT at present.
So we have, this year we have 2 OTs. One is direct hire, one is contract. And SLPs, we have 5 and 1 is contract. And then we have 2 SLPAs that are direct hire.
And in terms of openings for any of those related services, how are we doing with openings for related services?
So 1 SLP and 1 OT.
So we've been doing really well in terms of our hiring season. We got off to a great early start. We have good retention. Our goal every single year is to have everyone be direct hires, right? And so, of course, our costs are way more when we have to contract. So we've been doing a fantastic job with recruitment. We're a couple people away from being fully staffed in terms of the related services. Where our openings mainly are those self-contained classrooms right now. But in terms of the salary schedules too, we're a couple years removed from our classification and compensation study. So, all of these salary schedules that you're looking at, you're just a couple years removed from, us bringing in a company that evaluated all of our salary schedules and we made a determination of where we wanted to be in terms of competitiveness. When we looked at the ranges of what we had and looked at what was out there, not only in public, but also private industry, we had a decision to make. You had a decision to make as a governing board. Do we want to lead the pack? Can we afford to lead the pack, in terms of salaries? Or did we want to stay where we were? Was our goal to get to middle of the pack? So those, decisions were made about 4 years ago. Am I right on that timing? 3 or 4 years ago, in terms of where we wanted to go in terms of, these actual salary schedules. So, we're probably a good number of years away before we look at doing a full compensation and classification study again. It's quite an expensive process, but we make determinations every year when we are going through budget committee, not only if we want to have percentages of compensation increase, but also if we want to make any percentage modifications to the base. So this was one of those years where we took our money and we put all of our money that we had for compensation increases into making that we could have taken that 2% that we wanted this year and done a 1% to the base and 1%, to everyone. But the determination, that we made was that we were in a competitive space with our base salaries and made that compensation increase to existing staff. And those are decisions that we make going every year forward.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I would just say, or ask, for those positions that we have a contractor in, are we continuing to try to fill those?
Absolutely. So those contracted positions were not guaranteed year to year. So when we started our hiring season, everyone that was contracted was notified that that contract wasn't towards the next year. And for folks that had non-compete clauses, we tried to get them to be direct hires, and I think we were successful in some cases. So it's not an automatic, we tried every single contracted position is an active search for direct hire.
I appreciate that, and it's kind of the balance that I think it's quite the challenge on the HR side, because those contractors do cost a significant more amount of money, and so I would assume there's a look over time to say, okay, if we increased the base pay to try to bring more in, where do you break even by saving the money on the contractor versus the additional pay there? But if we don't have any psych openings, no contractors, I mean that's pretty good. Those are very hard to find. So, and it doesn't surprise me that we would have SLP openings still, because those are probably even harder to find. As for the starting pay and that difference, I do understand what the concern is on that, but it's until the state gives us more money, it's hard to, because you always want to have some separation, and you don't want those teachers who just went 1 year and then they're making $200 more than a brand new teacher. You need a little bit of buffer between those ones on there. But so, in an ideal world, yes, we would have more and increase
When
the
you
base,
don't,
but
then in 2 years we're spending money on pay equity.
Yeah.
Differentials. So
yeah, so it's a challenge, but I appreciate the work on that. Thank you.
Last question, and I'll be brief, but thank you so much for putting this together. This is great. If I know the state hasn't passed a budget yet. It's got to do it by the end of June. If somehow my prayers are answered and the state has a significant increase in funding that maybe we aren't anticipating or budgeting for, do we get to come back and adjust these upward? How does that work? I know this is like, I'm an optimist, so just if that were to happen and we got a significant increase that we haven't really seen in the last few years, frankly, would we be able to revisit some of these things and adjust that?
Point of clarification, is the question, will we be able to revisit and adjust the salary schedules?
Yes. If we somehow, again, maybe this is too much of a hypothetical question, because I think there's a lot of realists out there that aren't expecting it. But if we get a significant state increase in funding, would we?
I mean, I think as
a
a board, we can put that on the agenda, and yeah, we can. Why not?
And I think the answer to that is yes. And in years of optimism, normally the budget committee comes together and puts forward, here's our recommendation, and here is our B and our C, so that if this amount of dollars come, we can move from A recommendation to B recommendation. Or if this much money comes in, we've got enough to do C. I think we went into it very realistically, without bringing those future projections.
I think that's fair, and I understand it. I'll be the optimist out there, and I'll keep my prayers going. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have a motion?
I motion to approve the salary placement schedule.
A second?
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right. The motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the first reading of paid parental leave policy GCCAC.
Okay. A little nervous about this one now, but we have paid parental leave, and we are ambitiously asking that it be approved with a starting rate of 5 days for those staff members who might be expanding their families via birth and or adoption. This will be extended to staff members who are able to birth themselves and or are just expanding their families, so therefore either gendered staff member. And this would be running concurrently to FMLA, so it will be utilized throughout the course of a school year. We did utilize Tempe L's shell or template for the policy. And then we had our counsel, Jessica, throw on her own spice as well and look at it in correlation to what our existing policies are. So again, it's for 5 days of paid parental leave, and I believe the budgetary ask was 34,000, which was already approved in the budget committee recommendations.
Any questions or comments?
Yes. So I see that it runs concurrently with MLA. Sometimes I know families, the dad might take leave later than the mom. The mom stays home with baby right away. So how would that work out with a dad or a spouse or a partner who want to take it later?
Yeah. So whereas it does run concurrently with FMLA, it would just depend on the timing of when they're applying for it. I guess the reality of the matter is it can run concurrently with that time frame, but the time frame for which they're paid doesn't necessarily have to.
Okay.
Can I get a clarification? Is it saying that you can go past 12 weeks? You can take more leave past 12 weeks? You can't? So you as a mom can't, you couldn't. I know what FMLA is, but as a district, can you take a leave of absence longer?
Yes, because that is allowed in our policies.
Right. So if you do that, are you no longer eligible for the 5 days?
So I guess I'll go backwards in order to go forward. The 5 days can run concurrently when you are on an FMLA, meaning if I were having a baby, and 5 of those days during my 12-week period will be paid. If I wanted to extend my time frame of FMLA past the 12 weeks, which was federally allowable, then I'm applying for a leave of absence.
Right.
Did that answer your question?
So that 5 days would apply to the FMLA portion.
Right. So, okay, I guess my clarification is just that there wouldn't be an issue of getting that paid leave if you chose not to return after 12 weeks. Or I guess another question would be, what about if you're an employee that chooses not to return? You're like, hey, I actually want to stay home with my baby for 3 years. Do you have to pay that back, or is that?
What you pay back are contributions that are made towards, I'm not sure where that clause in there is. I think it's in the highlighted yellow section, but if an employee chooses to leave.
If an employee fails to return to work for the
Yes.
required 12-week time frame or weeks, the district may, after consultation with the human resource director or designee, recover from the employee an amount equal to the amount of contributions paid by the district on behalf of the employee to maintain the employee's health insurance coverage during the period of paid parental leave and for the hours of paid parental leave granted to the employee.
So if you take an approved leave of absence, you extend it past the FMLA 12 weeks, let's say. You extend it, you do an approved leave of absence, then you return to work for the required 12 weeks. That's okay. So if I get an approved, if I'm a new mom, I get an approved leave of absence to take a year off of work, and then I return after that year. I would be in the clear. I would be good.
The way that this is currently enacted is you return after the 12-week time frame.
Right. Okay.
However, there is the operative word in there is may.
Okay.
May collect, may
Because
request.
it just didn't seem, I think if we added maybe some language to clarify that, because there are, if you have the opportunity and you want to extend that, I would hate to say, hey, you only get 12 weeks or you don't get this benefit if you don't return after the 12 weeks because you've decided to take an approved leave of absence for longer. So maybe we just, need a little bit more clarity in there.
This is a first reading, so we can consult with our attorney, and if you see what her recommendations on that language is, and bring that for the second reading.
I'm a little confused by the question, so maybe I can get further clarification. But
Yeah.
if someone has a child, takes 12 weeks off, and then takes an extended leave after that, regardless of whether this policy is here. Like, if they did that today,
Yes.
they could still take that leave of absence. Would the district continue to cover their insurance
That is
for an
that is
unpaid
correct.
leave?
We do not cover their insurance for the unpaid leave. So after the 12-week time frame, which I believe is what Board Member Greenberg is referring to, after the 12-week time frame, if you say you're not coming back to work, the district may request that you pay back for your insurance premiums.
For the 5 days?
Not for
pre-
the 5 days. It's just in general, you decided not to come back after that time frame.
But you'd have to pay back the 5 days of premium?
I don't know because we've never enacted this, so that would be a decision.
That's
that
how
would
I
be made
read
elsewhere.
it.
Hypothetically, they could ask you to pay for your premiums for the last 3 months, which I would never happen, and I don't think it would, but they could. And I think that's just, I don't think that's an Osborne thing. That's under FMLA, right?
Well, doesn't it say?
Because we don't have a policy that directly says otherwise.
That directly
Doesn't it say the district may,
Mhm.
on behalf of the employee, for the
Recover.
contributions paid by the district on behalf of the employer to maintain the employee's health insurance coverage during the period of paid parental leave? So it would just be the 5 days. So in the grand scheme of things, not very much. Okay.
Really excited about paid parental leave. Would love to see this grow. I know you got to start somewhere. Would love to see this grow. I want to be in a society where every parent has several months paid with their, new baby. I know it's not where we're at right now, but this is a step towards that, and I like that. I don't like the idea of asking a new mom or dad to repay something. I get the May thing. If that needs to be worked out into the next reading, totally fine with that if we want to look at that some more. But just want to say thank you for everybody who worked on this and looked at this and put a lot of effort into this. So thank you so much.
Just seconding that. Thank you. I think that not many school districts have any kind of paid parental leave, so I think the 1 week is the beginning, and I foresee and dream and pray with Board Member Hermes that we have more, extended to 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever we can do, but definitely I think this is a good first step. All right, do we have a motion to approve the first reading of paid parental leave policy?
I move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. And now we're moving on to.
Can I ask I should have asked this before. If we're getting clarification,
Yes.
we can still do that. Okay. But I didn't know if we needed to do an amendment. Sorry. Thanks.
All right, and I should have mentioned this earlier, but for the call to the public, we can also have it where our community decides to speak to certain items. And so we do have a call to the public for the specific item K, first reading of professional support staff undifferentiated leave policy GCCA. So Storm.
Hello again. Good evening, President Ramos, members of the board, and Dr. Robert. My name is Storm Gerlach. I am president of Osborne Education Association. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed updates to policy GCCA, specifically the additions of requesting use of annual leave and excessive use of annual leave sections. These additions were proposed by OEA through policy committee after becoming aware of internal district conversations referencing concerns about excessive leave usage among staff, and at that time there was not a clear shared definition. Rather than allow confusion or frustration to grow, we felt it was important to proactively propose language that would offer clarity, consistency, and fairness to both staff and administrators. These new sections establish transparent reporting procedures, define what constitutes excessive leave use, and outline a structured, supportive process for addressing attendance concerns before disciplinary action is taken. In doing so, they give site leaders the tools to manage leave equitably while honoring the benefits that are protected in district policy. Before this policy was drafted, the process for requesting annual leave varied widely between school sites. There was no consistent structure for prior approval of leave. In many cases, even when an employee submitted a leave request well in advance, sometimes weeks or months ahead, they received no response until the day of the absence or even after returning to work through our time clock system. The updated requesting use of annual leave section directly addresses this issue by creating clear expectations and timelines for both employees and supervisors. That said, I do want to raise a concern about how leave data has been shared in broader district conversations. We often see sick leave and annual leave combined into single metrics. Sick leave is a protected right under both Arizona law and district policy and should not be grouped with discretionary leave when discussing concerns about absenteeism. Employees using earned sick leave to care for themselves or their families are exercising a legal right and not abusing a benefit. As part of tonight's meeting, the board also voted on the district budget, which included a cap on substitute teacher spending. This issue is closely related and connected to GCCA and deserves attention. The proposed substitute teacher budget cap has raised some concerns across school sites. While we understand the need for responsible financial planning, a strict cap without clear implementation guidelines risks creating conditions where classes go uncovered or where staff are expected to step in without pay or recognition. This undermines morale, trust, and the very policies that we're working to uphold. During budget committee discussions, Dr. Robert mentioned that consistent and frequent monitoring of substitute costs will be essential moving into this next school year. I want to echo that point and encourage the board to take an active role in that ongoing oversight. A cap without monitoring, flexibility, or shared accountability would not be in the best interest of students or staff. We urge the board to vote in support of this revised GCCA policy, and we look forward to continued collaboration to identify sustainable, equitable solutions, ones that support student success without compromising employees' well-being. Thank you for your time and partnership.
Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Herbert.
All right, so we're really happy to bring this policy back to you. It was you guys got the first look at this policy last year when the policy committee got together, and some changes were made in terms of annual leave usage, language around blackout periods, language around limitations of the number of consecutive days that could be taken. Those recommendations came through the policy committee, approved by the board last year, and we did some work with wanting to make a recommendation for changes about the payment for unused annual leave. So we had done some work writing it, but we didn't have a funding mechanism. Thanks to the work of the budget committee this year and your approval not too long ago, a few minutes ago, we are now looking at having the dollars to be able to adjust our payment for unused annual leave. It's a tiered section. So I'm going to take you through this policy as quickly as I can so you can recognize the changes that were made. So Brendan, can you scroll to the next page? That entire page you see is blue. It's new language. And so as Storm mentioned, this was work that was done by the policy committee looking at adding sections on the requesting use of annual leave and setting forth the procedures, for that transparency and clarity of what the process for requesting annual leave is, including time, including, utilization of the required electronic system, all of those things. There's also a section in there on excessive use of annual leave that some specific language that speaks to excessive absences defined as absences during a contract year which exceed the number of annual leave days which the employee can earn on an annual basis. So if you are a staff member that receives 9 annual leave days, if you're exceeding that that annual amount that you're given, then, and this is only annual leave, not sick leave, and we'll get to that a little bit later in there. But that is when you could start looking at excessive use of annual leave. It was felt necessary by this committee to have definitions of that. scroll on to the next page, Brendan. This is what you saw last year with tiered payouts of annual leave. What you had before was a $50 a day up to a maximum of 200 days of payout if you were vested within the district. This is changing to a tiered system. You can see tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 are all the same amount at 33.3% of daily substitute daily rate. Our current substitute daily rate is $150, so a third of that is $50. It's the same as what it is right now. The fourth tier is at 100% of the substitute daily rate. So we weren't able to, looking at projected costs. We kind of, Colleen was able to present to us, how much it would cost if we were able to do tier 4 this year. We're hoping to get tier 3 or tier 2 added to this next year. But we wanted to start with the folks that have been here in the district for a long time for them to see that highest paid benefit starting at that end. So that was great to see. The next section under there, that's part blue and part red. This was something great that Ms. McKay brought to us in terms of really looking at those prorated, this idea of a prorated payout. So if you were not a full-time employee, what we had it at, that $50 pay rate. If you weren't a full-time employee, you got $25 a day up to 200 days. And one thing that she pointed out was we already have a mechanism in there where we prorate, and that's on the accrual of annual leave days. So if you're not a 1.0 FTE, you're already accruing fewer annual leave days. It's going to take you a much longer time to add up to 200 annual leave days. So besides the payout being higher, I don't want to use penalty, but we were prorating twice. We were prorating the accrual and we were prorating the payout potential. So that removal of the prorating section from this is actually we weren't prepared for that, but it was a really nice catch at the last minute that we're able to do to extend this. One additional part to this that we did was the vesting period being longer. So instead of you're considered being vesting for an annual payout, after 3 years, it's after 5 years. So that's the last section that has the red and the blue. That section about sick leave time, it's actually, trying to see where it is. Can you go down to the last section, Brendan, where it says retaliation prohibited? The second to last paragraph there where it says the district's absence policy, when we're talking about excessive annual leave, please note that when we're talking about excessive absenteeism, that's only related to annual leave, not to sick leave. Our policy already has a prohibition of any discipline for use of sick leave. So this is something that the governing board was looking forward to, but what you directed us last year was this is a great policy piece that we're looking for, a recruitment as well as retention, and a thank you to our staff for years of service. Now go find me the mechanism, the financial mechanism to make it happen. We've done that for tier 4, so we're bringing this policy for a first reading to you tonight to now have the policy piece in place for what you approved with the Budget Committee's recommendations.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions, comments?
The subrate, is it the same for any teacher, or do special ed teachers get a higher subrate?
It's the same for all teachers, but there's a higher rate for once you reach how many days does it go to? Yes, so there's.
I was just wondering
Yeah.
in terms of substitute daily rate, if there was any.
Nope, one
Okay.
standard rate.
I'm really excited about this. I think that, this is something that not all districts have. So the fact that we're paying people out and really rewarding people for their years of service, and I love that we can go up to 200 annual leave days. So I think we're rewarding years of service. We're rewarding people for attendance through their years here. And the other thing too is we don't want people to take excessive leave, but we also want to honor that leave is a benefit. So I like the way that it's worded in that it's not penalizing people for taking that leave, but rather, if you're going beyond that, that is, something where we should have a conversation. What's going on? And I think it's under excessive use of annual leave, where it gives the employee an opportunity. I'm hoping that before it gets to that point, we're doing check-ins. Hey, we've got this employee, they're taking off all the time. Like what's, maybe there's a wellness thing that we need to be talking about, or, what, there might be more going on there. And oftentimes people don't feel comfortable sharing what's going on, with their mental health. And they might not come to their administrator or whoever it is to say, hey, this is going on and this is why I'm taking off so much. I need help. I need something. So I think even just when we start to notice that, and I'm sure our administrators do an amazing job with that already, but just doing those check-ins before it gets to that point where we're talking more about potential discipline, or even having a conversation about, hey, you're almost through all your days, what's going on.
And there's an education that's going to come with this policy too at the beginning of next year. I'm already preparing, the communication that's going to go out to staff about these new policies at the end of this year. But then when we come back, it's really important that we look at this not just as a policy. This is a benefit that's going to staff. And so it's really important that we educate folks as they come into the district and come into this profession. Look at the benefit that's waiting for you. If you do the math on 20 years of service in this district at substitute daily rate, up to 200 annual leave days, that's a $30,000 payment upon severing from the district after 20 plus years of service. What a fantastic thing, not only as a walk away, but also as an impact on your retirement. So.
Awesome. Any other comments, questions? All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. We don't have anything for board development tonight, but we promise we will soon. Reflections. We'll get started with Board Member Thompson.
All right, thank you. I had these written down from 4 hours ago. So let me get back to them. I was really wowed on some of those You Make a Difference award winners. Mr. Valencia, Mr. Emerson. It really made me happy to be part of the Osborne District. That was great. I had the opportunity a week or so ago to attend the 100th anniversary for Longview. It went well. I hear Mr. White's going to do better at the 150th, so we'll do that. That was his joke, not mine. I'm just stealing it. And then I was able to chaperone a field trip to the Herpetological Society, which was a lot of fun for the kids. So it was pretty good. So just really happy with that. I know it was 4 hours ago. It feels like yesterday. With the Make-A-Wish and all, or Make a Difference and everything like that. So it was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Ford.
Thank you, Madam President. As we're ending our school year, I just want to say thank you to all of our staff and our families for continuing to come to the Osborne School District. There have been so many amazing celebrations, so many accomplishments this year that just reflecting on them, I would probably forget a whole bunch of them. But just wanted to give huge shout outs to Jeff Martin and his team over at Clarendon for their A+ school award, and Carol Hayes and Allison Gomez for their amazing contributions to the OMS A+ School of Excellence Award. So many amazing things to celebrate here in Osborne. 100 Years with Longview, Solano knocking their data out of the park. So just so many amazing things happening. Improvements to Montecito, Encanto doing great things. So we just have so many incredible schools, and that's because of our staff, and that's because of the folks that work here. So thank you to our staff for putting in a year of work. I hope to see everybody back here next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Ford. Board Member Hermes.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, this is that time of year where, when we're kind of in your jobs every day, it doesn't feel like a lot's changing, and you reflect over the past school year. So much has happened, so many accomplishments, so many wonderful things. And I think one of the biggest accomplishments is just all the change that's happening out there in the world on a constantly. We at Osborne, because of everybody here, continues to provide a great high quality education and really shield those kids and just stay focused on what matters, which is their education. That is a huge feat in light of the challenges and the curveballs that were constantly thrown. But Dr. Robert and the principals and our staff and our team just stays focused on getting the job done for the kids. And that to me is just remarkable and a wonderful thing that we do at Osborne. And we have a ton of community support to make it happen, as we saw here today. And so just congratulations and thank you to everybody, all of our teachers and staff, for making it another great school year.
Thank you so much. Clerk Greenberg.
I'm really thankful to be a part of this community. I know that we do a lot for our staff, sometimes with the little that we have. And so I really appreciate, coming forward with raises and paid parental leave. These are and our payouts to staff when they leave for their annual leave. I think that these are things that really set us apart. But it also makes me realize that as a board member, there are things where I just wish I could wave a magic wand and give you all at all levels, or even our administrators. You guys are at the top of the pay scale, but in comparison to maybe other districts, but definitely districts out of the state, it's just not enough. And so, I think of our health insurance. These are conversations where, to me, healthcare is a right, and unfortunately, we're here trying to give you guys the best health insurance and healthcare that we can. But at the end of the day, these are things that outside of our school district should be funded, so that we can really put that focus on our kids and our staff, and making sure that their well-being is taken care of. And so I guess my reflection is, positive in this community, but I sit up here every board meeting wishing that there was more that we could do, that I sometimes feel powerless in being able to do that for our staff. I also wanted to recognize last week was Teacher Appreciation Week. Feels like forever ago. I know, in wrapping up these last couple weeks, it was like all of a sudden May was here, and now it's all of a sudden there's less than 2 weeks, and every educator makes a difference, no matter what your role is in this district, and I really thank you for that. And I hope that, even though you may have had some challenges this year, that you end the year really recognizing those accomplishments that you had. And I know that most of our staff are returning. So thank you, Dr. Woodland, for your efforts on that. And, for those that are returning, I hope that, you really reflect on those great things and come into the next school year fresh and energized. And for those that are leaving us, my hope is that you stay in education, wherever that may be. I hope that whatever your next move is in life, that it brings you fulfillment. And we thank you for being a part of the Osborne family.
Thank you so much. My reflections, super grateful that we are in a space where we're allowed to dream big and try to make those dreams a reality. Also super grateful to sit on a board where we value partnerships that reflect our values. And then I'm just going to share a little bit of ideas, throw them as we continue to keep dreaming big, from that I gathered from being at the Naleo Institute, STEM Institute last week. CTE in middle school, so just an idea. College exposure, the younger the better. I know we already do it, but if we can continue doing it, kindergarten, third grade, visiting these college campuses, even if it's the dreaded ASU. Yes, I'm a wildcat. But also, a resource that ASU offered was stemteachers.asu.edu, free STEM lesson plan. So no need to go on, any website to buy lesson plans, but they actually have a lot of lesson plans for teachers. So in case that's a resource that people were not aware of, I was really amazed by it. So stemteachers.asu.edu. And then as a last reflection, I think that there's so much happening in our country when it comes to education in our state. And so this has been something I've been thinking about since January, since stepping into the president role. And being at that institute with other school board members from around the country and from Arizona, I was speaking to a board member from Alhambra School District, one of our neighboring school districts. And I know other board members watch our meetings just like I watch their board meetings while I'm working because I nerd out on that. But we want to start a movement where we unite so that way we can help each other and our school districts are on the same page. And hopefully, I know that a lot of us are members of ASBA, and I know that we voted on certain things that we want them to advocate for us, but I think we need to do more. So just be on the lookout if you're a school board member from another school district for an invitation soon. But yeah, those are my reflections. Thank you so much to everyone for being here. I know it's pretty late, but Dr. Robert?
I'll make it quick. We did a couple amazing things tonight. Like there are new benefits that we were able to offer today, and it's a result of amazing collaborative advocacy that is reflective of all of our staff through committee work. Super proud of that. It's also a reflection of great fiscal management that made it possible and thinking ahead to what we need, as well as visionary HR, strategic planning and guidance that you heard from Dr. Woodland earlier this year when she was talking about these are things I want to make happen. You can see tonight you made it happen because of great advocacy and management and planning. So I'm proud of us tonight. We made great things happen for Osborne employees, and it'll be a great recruitment and retention tool.
Thank you so much. Future agenda items, Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. I'd like to look at scheduling the board meetings for January through June, so that the whole school year is set on those board meetings before the school year starts, or at least in the beginning of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Board Member Ford.
I received an email from Matt Brote. He was interested in presenting to the board what the Native American Education Program was able to accomplish this year. And so, Dr. Robert, if you could reach out to Mr. Brote or Ms. Stevens and see if they would like to present to us. I would love to hear all the amazing things they're doing with our Indigenous students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board Member Hermes.
That sounds wonderful. Two things. One, as was mentioned by OEA President Storm Gerlach, I'd love to check in. I mean, maybe mid-year or something like that. Maybe as we get into November, December on this cap on the substitute teacher. Just so we're not kind of reflecting at the end of the year where things are at. But I'd love to kind of check in on that and see how that's going at some point mid-year around there. Next thing, at some point, throughout the school year, we had a couple of lockdowns, nothing major, nothing at the end of the day when the dust settled, nothing to really be alarmed about. But you know, in today's world, and parents, as a parent, you know, we do get alarmed, and just would love to look at kind of what our policies are, what do we do, and maybe also kind of look at communication, and also the communication as it comes from PD. And I'm mostly thinking about the ones where Phoenix PD calls us up and says, hey, you know, would you do that? Would you lock down? I'd love to kind of do a deeper dive into that. I have to do some more thinking about it, but maybe even inviting somebody from the Phoenix Police Department in to kind of have some of that accordion conversation with them. Have to think a little bit more on that, but I'd love to do a little bit of a deeper dive now that we're after the school year.
Clerk Greenberg.
Just on that note, I was just serving on the emergency response planning committee in my district. And so I know that there's different materials that we send out to staff and stuff about those procedures. So maybe if we could just get a copy of what that looks like on their end, so we can see what's communicated to staff on those procedures, that'd be great. And then I know we've had a couple public comments the last couple meetings regarding things like transfers or emergency certification renewals, some of those things. So if we could, you know, maybe just do a review of policies regarding those things. You know, I don't know if there's things that we want to change or, you know, what that looks like, but I think as a team, just to kind of review it together and see if that still fits with our values, I think that would be great.
Thank you so much. And for me, if we could get an update on what the plan is for the strategic plan, and also just maybe a possibility of a summer retreat so that we can, you know, maybe gather before the school year starts and start talking about things that we would love to see for next school year. All right. And with that, I think, or do you have any future agenda items?
No, I don't.
All right.
I don't bring them.
That's right. I'm sorry. All right. With that, we are adjourned at 9:43.